He has become so numb. Our dark prince himself.
Cards on the table. I'm not a Sebastian girl. Now you can unsubscribe. He'll get a fair video like everyone else. He just pisses me off.
I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in. But he's the same height as Elliot, and as your precious Sebastian. But he's got so much emo fucking hair that you can't tell. That's some copium right there. He's compensating. And this is your guys' favourite. This guy. Vegetable thrower.
Every single day he asks me, do we have pizza in the freezer? Look yourself, Sebastian. It's like 10 feet away. Go look.
Sebastian. He's become so numb. He's become so numb, you guys. I have become so numb.
Sebastian from Stardew Valley is the #1 most popular spouse, according to a Reddit survey with over 7,000 respondents on Archive of Our Own, the most popular and best fanfiction website. He is the #1 most written about character in the Stardew Valley fandom, and Sebastian/female player is the most popular ship. As you can tell from the intro, and basically every other video that I've made, I am confused by this. I don't really get it. Well, I didn't get it. I come to you now, a changed woman. In all my Sebastian research, I have emerged enlightened. I get it now. I felt it. I get it now. Come with me on the deepest dive into Sebastian from Stardew Valley, where we will seek to answer the question, why does everyone bat so hard for this emo motherfucker? Before that, though, I must take you back to the 10th of September, 2024, before I began my research. I recorded my original opinion of Sebastian, knowing that it would change, so that it could serve as kind of like a starting point for this video. I went through a journey here, okay? And I'm going to take you along on that journey with me. So I just want to stress, watch the whole video, not just for like ad revenue reasons. I mean, that would be cool of you, but watch the whole video before you leave your comments, okay? Okay? Cool. Thank you. Don't think I was giving him enough attention. Hello, this is Fiona from the past. I haven't yet started writing my Sebastian script. Oh, you put it on. No, you have to charge for that. No free bottle. I haven't yet started writing the Sebastian script. I'm working on the video for the first time today. So I thought that it would be good to give my initial thoughts about him before I start doing the research. Because as I've said a couple times, I don't really get him or his appeal. Off he goes. As I've said a couple times, I don't really get him or his appeal. He's the #1 most popular bachelor, #1 most popular spouse. And I don't really get it. He's just like, doesn't appeal to me personally at all. It's like not my type. But as I think I've also said, I've made 10 of these videos now. And in every one, you know, I come out of it being like, I understand why this character has stands, right? I understand why you would pick this character every time, in theory. None of them are just like bad. So I will probably come out of my script writing research process having pretty different thoughts about him. So I thought it would be good to like document my thoughts before they change so we can see how they change. I think that's interesting. So my opinion on Sebastian right now, I'll just give you my raw opinion. I won't worry too much about upsetting the stands because this is just raw. Fucking raw. And then I will go and do the due diligence and we will appreciate all the good things about him. But I'll just like give you the raw source. He just gives me the ick. I don't like his hair. That's just never been like my type. Like even if I play, you know, like Dream Daddy or something, there's like the sexy vampire guy. Doesn't appeal to me. Everyone has their like type. When you're looking at kind of tropes like that in terms of like romance, fiction in general, that's just not my trope, right? So naturally, I'm not going to be inclined towards him. I wasn't really like an emo-ish goth kind of teenager or like now. I don't own a lot of black. This is a pajama shirt. So yeah, I guess I'm just not naturally inclined to align myself with the kind of goth guy. I do like that he smokes. I think that that's sexy. Don't take anything from that. Smoking is bad, don't do it. It's not sexy. I just kind of think that it is. And that's my issue. So I think it's his dialogue. I think it's a lot of pieces of his dialogue that really make me go, I don't like this guy. There's a piece of his dialogue to do with Maru that I'm sure I will cover in the video. Why does everyone like Maru so much? Sure, she's smart and friendly, but don't they realise it's all just an attention-grabbing scam? Sorry. That's so harsh. That's so mean. It's just very bitter. Like, it's obvious that he's just jealous of her, but he's not self-aware about it. Like, he's kind of just insulting her and acting like he's, like, better than her. And that just gives me such an ick. Like, the bitterness. I think it is the bitterness that makes me not like him because, yeah, I've been thinking about what's the difference between him and, like, Shane, because obviously I'm always thinking about Shane. And I think a big difference is that bitterness. I wouldn't say that Shane is bitter. I would say he's kind of defeatist, right? Like, he's just, everything sucks. And that's just how it's going to be. And I just have to, like, drink or whatever, you know? But Sebastian's very bitter. He doesn't like Maru. He says that it's an attention-grabbing scam. Yeah, he has this intense jealousy of her to do with his relationship with Demetrius as well, which I'm sure I will get into. But you can see how just, like, seeing that line and not being invested in him as a character would make someone like me go, I hate this guy. And he's also got that other line about Robin when he says, you know, I was so close to screaming at her and I didn't. Like, I don't know, he just gives me this very kind of entitled, kind of spoiled vibe. Like he's been coddled. Like his mum calls him Sebi. His mum has loads of lines about him. I feel like she has the opinion of like, oh, my sweet baby, he does nothing wrong ever. Even if he did yell at me, that would be fine. And I guess I kind of, in a way, slightly feel like that's the opinion that other people have of him. Like a little bit, maybe that's, I don't know, inaccurate, but I think that certain parts of the fandom also have the opinion of like, my sweet baby never does anything wrong, you know? If you criticize him, then you're incorrect. Like everyone, you know, takes his side against Demetrius. So yeah, I suppose from my point of view, as someone who doesn't like bat for him, it feels unearned that he's their favourite. It feels like people make excuses for him a little bit with all of this like icky kind of dialogue. But then again, I haven't gone into his arc yet. A lot of characters have like unfavourable dialogue, like Alex has like some, you know, dodgy stuff and then he gets better. So I've got to give Sebastian the benefit of the doubt. I also think a not insignificant part of it, why I don't like him, is that he reminds me of parts of myself. Like from his two-heart scene, from what I remember about him, it seems like a big part of his character is like, he doesn't do what's best for himself, right? What's best for himself. Like his friends ask him to hang out, he says no, he just like stays on his computer in the dark all day. And that's what I would refer to as like my worst impulses, right? There's that Anthony Bourdain quote, there's a guy inside me who wants to lay in bed, smoke weed all day, and watch cartoons and old movies. My whole life is a series of stratagems to avoid and outwit that guy. And I feel like Sebastian is that for me. And I fail a lot of the time. So me not liking him is just me, I guess, projecting in a way. Everything is just projecting. That's how you make your opinions, is you just project, right? Because that's why I like certain characters, that's why I dislike certain characters. That's why every piece of fanfiction ever was written, in my opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that that's extremely normal. But, you know, I have to acknowledge that that forms a bias in me. Anyway, those are my initial Sebastian thoughts. We will see how they develop as we go along. It's probably going to take me like an entire month to write this video, so I'll see you in a long time. Bye. All right. We're doing it, boys. We're doing it. How do I look? Do I look cool? I've got a Sebastian-themed mug. First time lipstick's ever been on one of these. All right, I need to talk you through my shirt quickly. So in a previous video, I said I'm not really a Sebastian stan. And then, you know, obviously being a veteran of the Captain America fandom, being a veteran Steve Bucky fanfiction writer, obviously that made me think of Sebastian Stan, that actor. And initially, you know, I thought that's a weird coincidence. How can I make a joke out of that? And then I remembered I own this shirt. I'm not stripping. One of my very good friends bought me this shirt. It literally must have been 10 years ago. And I've kept it ever since because it's really funny, because it's good. Sometimes I just throw it on, like I wear it as like a pajama shirt. Sometimes I just have it on and I wake up and I go into the kitchen and my husband looks at it and he's like, I'm sorry, I can't be him. So obviously I had to wear it for this video, but I'm not a Sebastian stan. Just in case you can't read it, it says, lol, you're not a Sebastian stan. because that is where we are beginning our journey today. I know I said I'd get it, but I'm going to regress. We're going to go through it linearly, okay? So Fiona of right now is the Fiona you know and love, who says, he pisses me off. This fuck-ass hair. All right, let's get into it with Sebastian's synopsis from the devlog. Sebastian is a rebellious loner who lives in his parents' basement. He is Mary's older half-brother and feels like his sister gets all the attention and adoration, while he is left to rot in the dark. He tends to get deeply absorbed in his work, computer games, comic books, sci-fi novels, and will sometimes spend great lengths of time pursuing these hobbies alone in his room. He can be a bit unfriendly to people he doesn't know. Could a charming new farmer cultivate the wasteland of his heart? Who knows? Who knows? I know. So, this is Sebastian, aka Gerard Way, aka Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way, aka our clown prince of crime. I clown on him, but look at me right now. Look at these gloves. So we're going to dive straight into Sebastian's first meeting dialogue. Oh, you just moved in, right? Cool. Out of all the places you could live, you chose Pelican Town? Yes, I am going to talk that way for the whole video, because I think it's funny, and you're going to have to deal with it. So out of the gate, this is quite interesting. We can see his tone, we can imagine the way that he speaks. This kind of like careless attitude in that first line. Oh, cool. It's like how you say, haha, or like, wow, to text that you don't care about. Damn, that's crazy. I'm happy for you, or like, I'm sorry that happened. But then he has that second line. From this, we can get a lot of things. Firstly, he obviously doesn't love living here. He's questioning why you would deliberately move here, implying he doesn't think it's a place worth moving to, implying that he wants to leave. And the tone of it again is kind of careless, a little condescending. He's not asking, why did you move to Pelican Town? He's not saying, I'm surprised anyone would want to move to Pelican Town. He's saying, out of all the places, you chose this place? Dickhead. So first impressions wise, the way that this comes across to me is that he just doesn't care about you. He's not interested in talking to you. He kind of negs you, but not deliberately. He obviously disagrees with the choices you've made, but he's not being confrontational about it.
Foreshadowing is a literary device in which
I think a big part of this is the context of the first meeting dialogue. So Sebastian is like insanely hard to get to. He spends an overwhelming amount of time in his room, and you can't get to a character's room until you have 2 hearts with them. For his regular schedule, he leaves his room for a total of an hour and a half per day. So there are very few points in a day of gameplay where you'll even be able to see him, to talk to him, to even get dialogue from him at this point of having 0 hearts. So for the first meeting dialogue, you're kind of approaching him very keen and very friendly, and he's just trying to like get back to his room as fast as possible. And this is an outlier within Stardew Valley. I mean, Elliot has kind of the same thing where it's like, dude, I have your help wanted request. Please leave your house. But the majority of the characters are just like around. Even Shane, who wants to talk to you even less than Sebastian does, is always just like chilling in a public area. So with Sebastian, we can instantly see through gameplay that he really values his alone time, this privacy. He likes being in his room. He's an inside boy. He pretty much leaves his room for 3 things. 1, to hang out with his friends. 2, to go to the fridge. 3, to have a smoke. Stardew Valley is such like a sanitized game, in my opinion. It's kind of insane that there's just this love interest who is openly smoking. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I like the realism. I hate when stuff is like sanitized for the sake of being wholesome. And like I said in my initial opinions video, I think it's kind of hot, but that is my issue. It's not hot. It's bad for you. So this also adds to your first impression of him, right? He's a bad boy. The first time you meet him, it's pretty likely that he's going to be smoking. So depending on how you feel about that as a subject, you could think he's cool, you could think that he's gross. Just depends, personal preference. It's an interesting character trait for him though. So we've established he spends a lot of time in his room. The smoking gets him out of the house, at least once a day. But I feel like another added benefit of it is the alone time. Like if you're at a social thing, you can duck out every like half an hour or so to be on your own, and you don't have to make a big thing out of it. You don't have to say, oh, I'm just getting some fresh air, it's loud in here. Or you don't have to keep pretending to go to the bathroom so you can be on your own, to the point where your sister is like, are you okay? Do you have a UTI? You have a built-in excuse. Maybe I should start smoking. That's a joke. That's a joke. Don't do that. So we've got our first impression. What happens when you speak to him a little bit more? Well, we continue this theme of him not giving 2 shits about you. Need something? I don't really know you. What? I didn't hear you. I'm busy thinking about something. What do you want? I don't really have anything to say. I still don't know you very well. So this is him kind of blowing you off. And it's fair enough, right? You're strangers. In the game, to talk to someone, you just like walk up to them and bother them. You click on them, which I see in real life as essentially just walking up to someone and being like, hi. And the majority of the characters in the game react well to that. But I think that Sebastian is completely within his rights to just be like, do you need something? It's interesting that difference between him and Shane. Sorry, we have 2 Shane comparisons already. There will be more. These are the 2 characters that do not want to talk to you, who actually act like you're strangers when you are, who aren't like magically extroverts, or someone like Penny who feels a bit awkward and polite about it. Shane's lines are more, why are you talking to me? I don't know you. I want to be alone. Very blunt. Sebastian's are a little bit more removed from that. Like his line, need something? That in its most basic form is him saying, why are you talking to me? And also, I don't want to talk to you. He's saying, if you need something, tell me what it is. Otherwise, go away. But it's coming out as, need something, instead of Shane, who would straight up say, I don't want to talk to you. Go away. So I think that's interesting because Sebastian's not, 100% blunt. He's pretty blunt, but he's not like completely pushing you away. He's just kind of keeping you at arm's length, like you would a stranger. But he's got a lot of other Zero Hearts lines where he does engage with you. So he'll ask you questions sometimes. Hey, your name is Player, right? So it's the big harvest season, isn't it? I was up until 3 reading this new book. Do you read, Player? And that last one is a question that you can answer. So he'll kind of chat with you about whether you like the same books. And he also shares opinions and thoughts with you too. It's a lot of stuff about the weather, how he doesn't like the sun. He likes it when it's dark and gloomy. And it's a lot about food too. He says he doesn't like pumpkin spice based. Pumpkin is gross. And he's thinking about dinner. But there's some more like deep stuff as well. What's the point of going outside? I've already seen it all. It's fun to live so close to the train tracks. It's a reminder that there's a big world out there. I was this close to moping in bed the entire day. Kinda wish I had now. I was thinking, people are like stones skipping over the water. Eventually, we're going to sink. I don't know if you guys know this, but he's become so numb. It's a real problem. And this is all still while you have 0 hearts. So there's a big contrast there between him essentially pushing you away, saying, leave me alone, and him sharing these like deep feelings and opinions with you. So my question at this point in our journey is, why is he doing this? Why, interspersed among telling you to go away, does he share these personal sentiments with you? Everything he tells you is kind of negative, could easily push someone further away. A guy you barely know tells you he thinks all people are going to sink eventually. I think most people would go, okay, bye. I think that would make a lot of people reconsider how much they wanted a friendship with this guy. Is that why? Or are these his real thoughts and feelings? Is this you happening to catch him in a more charitable mood? A mood where he just says whatever he's thinking out loud? Or is this him trying to be your friend? Sorry, I just moved the camera a little bit. I didn't realise it was so wonky. There's literally a thunderstorm outside right now. There hasn't been a thunderstorm here since I filmed the Penny video. The manifestation of Sebastian. He's in the room with me right now. Is Sebastian in the room with us right now? Okay, so at this point, he's hard to figure out. We don't know. We don't know why he's doing all of this. He's hot and cold. He keeps you on your toes. He's playing hard to get. So for now, let's leave that question and we'll pivot into something a little bit more fact-based. Let's talk about his relationships. Okay, we're going to talk about Sebastian's family. I got this a little bit wrong in the Mary video, so this is take 2. God, I'm really chucking it down right there. So Sebastian is Robin's biological daughter. Did I say daughter? Why can't I get this right? So Sebastian is Robin's biological son. I wrote biological daughter in the script. Sebastian's dad, not in the picture. Relatable. Robin is now married to Demetrius, and Maru is their daughter together. So Sebastian and Maru are half siblings. Not step siblings, Fiona, half siblings. And Demetrius is Sebastian's stepdad. We'll get more into these relationships later, but for now, we're just going to stay at 0 hearts. We'll see what we can gain at a surface level. So in winter, Sebastian will tell you, I built a snow goon, but Demetrius made me get rid of it. What's his problem? And Demetrius famously doesn't have any dialogue talking about Sebastian. Robin has a lot of dialogue talking about Sebastian, or as she calls him, Sebi. You've met my son Sebastian, right? He lives downstairs. He's a little shy, but I'm sure he'll warm up to you if you're nice to him. Sometimes I worry about Sebastian. He doesn't have many friends and doesn't really seem to care about his future very much. I would talk to him about it, but he never opens up to me. I found an ashtray in Sebastian's room, and it smelled really weird. Should I be worried about this? Oh, the ashtray smells weird, does it? I wonder why. We'll come back to this. So clearly Robin is quite worried about Sebastian. She's going into his room and sniffing his ashtrays. She's trying to get you to be his friend. Sebastian doesn't have any dialogue about his mum at this point, but he does say at the Feast of the Winter Star, spending time with family is tiring sometimes. His last family member is Maru. Sebastian doesn't say anything about Maru at Zero Hearts, but she says about him, Sebastian is my half-brother, if you didn't know already. We look totally different. And when you get to 4 Hearts with Maru, she says, Sebastian hardly ever talks to me. I wonder if he even likes me at all. It's sad. I want to have a brother, but he doesn't act like one. And if we go back to Sebastian's synopsis, it says, he is Maru's older half-brother and feels like his sister gets all the attention and adoration, while he is left to rot in the dark. So that's interesting because Maru's synopsis doesn't mention Sebastian. He specifically mentions her and compares them, shows this like jealousy he has of her. She gets all the attention. He's left to rot in the dark. She expresses that she wishes they were closer while he harbours this secret resentment. So all around, kind of a strained family dynamic. A lot of it definitely comes from Sebastian being the stepchild, the kid from the first marriage. Robin, Maru, and Demetrius are all related, but Sebastian is only related to his mum. And as we've seen, he doesn't feel super connected to his stepdad or his sister. So that definitely adds to these feelings of isolation. It makes sense that he would have a kind of jealousy or resentment of Maru. So yeah, we are going to come back to this, but that's where we're at right now. Zero Hearts. For friendships, he is busy mates with Sam. God, I love Sam. After I made the Sam video and I realised that there might be Sam and Shane fanfiction, I read like 20. Legitimately. Maybe more than 20. So Sebastian and Sam play pool together at the saloon every Friday. They're in a band together, they do band practice, and they just kind of bum around as well, like they hang out at the river. Sam says at 6 Hearts, I've been friends with Sebastian for a while. He's a pretty cool guy. If you two went around, I wouldn't really have any friends in town. And Sebastian has some 6 Hearts lines about Sam, but I didn't realise that they were actually from 1.6, and I put them in my Sam video. I'm sorry. I've been trying really hard not to put any 1.6 spoilers in, so I won't put them in this video, because spoilers. And they're not going to really add anything we don't already know. So yeah, let me show you a brief clip from my Sam video, just to recap their friendship.
But a big part of their friendship seems to be like pranks. Like Sebastian says at the luau, one year Sam put a pound of anchovies in the potluck soup. Ever wondered why Sam leaves the town in community service hours? And when you're married to Sebastian, he'll say, it might be funny to put something disgusting in the potluck soup tomorrow. Just don't poison anyone. Why ruin the potluck? I guess some people feel liberated when the rigid structures of society break down a little. Maybe I'm weird. But when you marry Sam, he will say, have you thought about what you're going to put in the soup? It might be funny to put something nasty. You know, play a prank on the governor. Sorry. So Sebastian is like, let's sabotage the establishment. The establishment of the soup. Fuck authority. Rage against the machine. And Sam is like, funny prank. Hee mischief.
Don't worry, I'm not going to do that a bunch. It's not a clip show. I bought the Stardew Valley graphic novel. It's called Before the Farmer, and I read it recently. And in it, you actually see Sam putting the anchovies in the soup, and it's at the very first luau ever. To be fair, he does it after the governor's had some. But you can see Sebastian in the background there, kind of sighing. Is that a sigh? What would you call that? So we'll talk about their friendship more shortly when we get to the 2 Heart scene. But for now, they're besties. They love chaos. Let me show you another Sebastian moment from that book, okay? He looks so funny and Sam looks so cute. Boys! Quick review of the book. Good. It's cute. Not enough Shane content. Can you see the 2 bright pink tabs? That was the only Shane content. 2! But that's okay because the guidebook has loads. But we'll get into that in the Shane video. Oh yes, we will. While we're doing show and tell, I have to show you. So I bought the Stardew soundtrack on vinyl because I'm a vinyl girly. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not like the other girls. And look at the cover, okay? Everyone's so cute. Excellent Shane content. Sam and Abby jamming out. The Gingers all together. Harvey living his best life. And then Sebastian at the end, just so numb. I think that's so funny. They kind of did him dirty, not gonna lie. Wouldn't he at least be standing next to his friends? I guess it's because they're organised by their birthdays. I know off by heart that Shane and Emily and Hayley are all spring babies. Alex is summer. And you can see underneath them that it's meant to be seasonal. Because there's 4 vinyls. There's a spring, summer, autumn, winter. So I guess Sebastian is sad because he got separated from his friends. Because Harvey next to him has just got his AirPods in. He's blocking out the world. Poor Sebastian. Okay, back to his relationships. Sebastian is also kind of friends with Abby. She's there when Sam and Sebastian play pool. She's in the band. But Sebastian doesn't refer to her as his friend. So we're going to skip ahead a tiny bit to when you have 2 hearts with him. He'll say, Sam is probably my only friend in this town. Well, Abby's nice too, but, never mind. Babes, you're blushing, what's wrong? He has a crush on her. I think we can be pretty certain about this. In Sam's 3-heart event, he says that Sebastian really wanted Abby in the band for some reason. When you marry Maru, she wonders if Sebastian will ever have the courage to ask Abigail out. When you marry Sam, he wonders if Sebastian and Abigail will ever hook up. If you marry Abigail and she gets in a bad mood, she says, I wonder if I could have done better. I was very good friends with Sebastian before we met. He was probably the one. Absolutely insane thing to say when your spouse just hasn't given you a chocolate cake for a couple days. Finally, there's the train graffiti. So the train that passes through Stardew Valley has graffiti on it, and there's one from Sebastian. Cut and dry, definitely Sebastian's work, but there is another. So it says someone hearts Abby, but the someone is crossed out. We can see that that's an S there in the beginning. They did a pretty good job at like making it look crossed out, but you can still kind of tell what it's supposed to say. That is an S. And if we compare the heart in this one to the heart on Seb Was Here, that's exactly the same. Between this and the other stuff, I think we can be pretty certain that he has a crush on her. They also dance at the flower dance, and if you ask Sebastian to dance with you and he says no, he'll say, no, there's someone else I want to dance with, aka Abby. So why doesn't he count her as his friend? It seems from that line of dialogue that he doesn't consider her a friend, specifically because he has a crush on her. Like, he never hangs out with her alone, only with Sam, and Mary says that it would take courage for him to ask her out. So I think he's kind of scared of her. She makes him anxious, but he wants her in the band. We'll talk more about this later. Personal feelings here, pure personal headcanon. I feel like if anyone is giving gay in a small town, it's this motherfucker and Alex, obviously. No wonder people ship them. Have you guys read Sebastian and Alex fanfiction? It's like my new favourite pairing. It's so good because Alex has that line, there's some weird people living in this town, like that guy Sebastian. Why does he wear black all the time? I don't get it. And it's classic, like, he's that weird kid. He's kind of sexy. Alex is the Steve Rogers. Sebastian is the Bucky Barnes. I really don't change as a person. Before we leave the topic of his relationships, I want to briefly go back to Robin as his mum. Now, we don't know anything about Sebastian's dad. Like, anything at all. So Sebastian's got this black hair. Hear me out. Hear me out. I have this personal theory that he is naturally ginger. Hear me out. I have dyed my hair a lot in my life, and it is a lot easier to go darker than it is to go lighter. I've never dyed my hair black personally, but from Reddit, and I double checked with my friend, black box dye is generally frowned upon because it will not come out. You dye your hair black, you are living with that until it grows out, or you like pay to have it fixed. So basically for Sebastian to just buy a box of black hair dye once a month or so, just chuck it on his roots, would be like the easiest thing in the world. Very low maintenance. He'd have to do his eyebrows too, but you can just kind of like, you're not meant to. The instructions say not to do that, but you totally can. This literally makes no difference to anything. I didn't even see this theory anywhere. It's a homegrown theory. I'm a ginger Sebastian truther, okay? There is no evidence of this anywhere except for the fact that his mum is ginger, but the girls that get it, okay? What's up, bitches? Editing Fiona in the house. No. I have 2 corrections to make. This is the first one. So I'm not the only person who's had this thought. Of course I'm not. Why would I think I was? There is a mod you can download on Nexus Mods called Sebastian is a Ginger. And the description reads, have you ever wondered why Robin and Sebastian look nothing alike? Have you suspected that hiding under our favourite angsty bachelor's hair dye are brilliant reds and oranges? Are you sick of Sebi looking like he never graduated from the middle school emo scene? Are you ready to see Sebi in a way you never wanted? Do you want his hair to assault your eyes and match your farm? Well then this is the mod for you, that no one asked for. It was uploaded the 4th of October 2016, so that's what, 8 years ago. Love that. What a community. What a community. So yeah, even though I had that thought completely organically, I'm not the only one, which makes me feel less insane. Cool, I'll see you in a bit for correction number 2. All right, let's talk about his age. So we have the older bachelor's note, which refers to Shane, Harvey, and Elliot as older bachelors. Sebastian isn't on there. He's a younger bachelor. He's also Maru's older half-brother. In my Maru video, I said that Sebastian was like maximum 24 because I saw 25 as being the cutoff for an older bachelor, because like 18 to 24 seems to be often like a category of age, and then it's like 25 to 34 and so on. I mean, that's kind of a stretch, Fiona. I don't know. With the characters' ages, there's basically nothing to go on ever, so anything that seems plausible to me, I tend to just like grab onto. With Sebastian, we'll see that he does come across as quite like teenage coded. If he weren't Mary's older brother, I would have put him in the same range as Abigail. I would have said, he's like 18 to 20, but he's, at least a year older than Mary. And in the Two Heart scene, he says, if I'd gone to college, I'd probably be making 6 figures right now. So if he'd gone to college, he would have graduated by now. So he's at least 22. So we're going to put him at like 22 to, I would say maximum 26. Personal opinion, 23. This is not a man whose brain is all the way developed. Let me put it that way. When I'm finished with this series, when I've done the Sebastian and Shane videos, I want to think about the difference between the older and the younger bachelors. Maybe I'll make a video on that because it's so interesting. Those older bachelors really hit different. Love you, Harvey. All right, we'll do his gifts and then we'll jump into the heart events. This might seem like a kind of surface level intro, but I'm going to say it one more time and then I won't say it again. Stick with me here. So notable loves include Obsidian and Void Egg. Everyone dislikes or hates Void Egg except for Sebastian and Krobus. Love that they have that in common. The Void Boys. Sebastian and Krobus fanfiction win. I did look and there's only one fanfiction and I think that it's platonic. I think they're just friends. Which is fair. I don't think everyone has a sick mind like me. He likes coffee, quartz, and flounder. Flounder? Very strange. The only reason I could think why he might like flounder is the description. It lives on the bottom, so both eyes are on top of its head, like it lives on the bottom of the ocean, so its eyes are on the top of its head. Like Sebastian? I don't know, like it's got this kind of defensive positioning, looking at things from the sidelines. I don't know. Second correction, apparently this is a reference to The Little Mermaid, because she's got friends, fish friends, called Sebastian and Flounder. So it's like, his name's Sebastian, he likes flounder, because they're friends. I didn't pick up on that. I'm not a Disney adult. It's kind of funny to watch me try and think of a reason that he likes flounder. I was like, he also has eyes on the top of his head. just reaching so far. Very funny. Okay, bye. He dislikes all flowers except for poppy, which he hates. And he also dislikes like a bunch of forageables. I guess he sees them as the outdoors. And also maybe as like a low effort gift. Which they are, to be fair. You found them on the floor. For his hates. Okay, guys. So he hates clay. Fine. Whatever. He hates complete breakfast. Fine. Whatever. He hates cheese. He hates cheese. And it's not just that he's like lactose intolerant or something. He hates all artisan goods except for coffee and green tea and oil. So this means that he hates wine, pale ale, beer, mead, cheese, goat's cheese, mayo of any kind, truffle oil, all pickles, all jelly, and caviar. Sebastian, you are making it so hard for me to like you. What kind of life is this? No jam? I would perish. I would literally perish. Ugh. So what can we learn from this? He hates fun, I guess. He hates enjoying himself. I guess that's kind of narratively significant. I have to stop being so annoyed when the characters have different tastes than me. But like jam, really? Like I guess he's kind of set in his ways. He has a small amount of things that he likes and they're kind of weird. He's weird. He's a weirdo. He also loves pumpkin soup and he loves sashimi. He's a guy of very specific tastes. He's got his comfort zone. He doesn't try new things. He doesn't really experiment. All right, with all of this in mind, let's tackle his Two Heart event. When you're at Two Hearts with Sebastian, if you went to the basement while he's there, you went to his room. He's working at the computer, tells you to give him a sec. You get a choice. He's busy, I should leave. Stay put. I stayed put, and he works for a bit longer before saying, sorry, he just needed to finish something. The player approaches him, and you get another choice. Ask him what he's working on. Compliment the decor in his room. I complimented the decor, and he says, thanks. Seems surprised that you called them decorations. Says he's been sticking posters on the wall for years. Then his computer chirps. It's an instant message from Sam. He wants to hang out. But Sebastian doesn't feel like going out today. That's when his mum comes down the stairs into his room. She says hi to the player, then comes over. Calls Sebastian Sebi. Says she knows he doesn't like it when she comes in his room, but Abby is looking for him. Sebastian looks stressed, asks if his mum told Abby he was working. Robin says she did, but Abby said she'd probably stop by anyway. Sebastian's annoyed, sighs, says no one takes his job seriously. No one bothers Maru when she's working. Do people think he's just surfing the web all day? Robin leaves and you get another choice. Ask him about his career goals. Ask him why he doesn't want to see his friends. I asked about his career goals and he says he's saving up so he can move out, probably to the city. He thinks, then says, if he'd gone to college, he'd probably be making 6 figures right now, but he doesn't want to be part of that corporate rat race. Well, that, and he feels more comfortable hidden behind a computer than dealing with people face to face. He looks stressed again and says he'd better get back to work. He has to get the module finished by tomorrow. If you instead ask why he doesn't want to see his friends, he says he likes having friends. He just needs a lot of time alone to balance it out. Sam's the opposite, goes crazy if he's alone for too long. Maybe that's why he likes computers so much. They're engaging, straightforward, and unselfish. Quite the opposite of a lot of people he knows. Then he thinks and says he'd better get back to work. The player walks away as Sebastian gets back to work, and we fade to black.
So I first want to think about the context of this scene, like we did with the first meeting dialogue. If you've tried to talk to Sebastian, you probably will have gone down the basement stairs and been stuck there because his door won't open. The game tells you you're not good enough friends with him, but you need to try and go down the steps in order to get this cutscene. It doesn't just trigger when you enter the house, you need to specifically be trying to get to the basement. So it's entirely possible that a player will have tried to get into the basement once and been met with a message saying that you're not good enough friends, and then you just never try again. It's not like some of the other 2 hot scenes where you just enter like a general area. For example, Alex's 2 hot scenes on the beach. Shane's 2 hot scene is in the forest. For Abigail's 2 hot scene, even though it takes place in her room, you only need to enter the shop. So for Sebastian, you have to be specifically seeking him out. And it's interesting the way that Sebastian's room is set up too. The door could easily have been at the top of the stairs. I feel like that's how most basements work. The door is at the top of the stairs. I can't say that for certain because we don't really have basements in the UK, but even if that's inaccurate, the game could have been designed that way. But instead, you get to go onto the stairs and like see Sebastian in there, but you can't interact with him. You can watch him, as opposed to like Elliot and Leah, where you can't get inside their houses and you can't see them at all. I feel like it's about attention and intention. You go down the stairs, you see that Sebastian's in there. It's easy to get discouraged about pursuing a friendship with him, going to visit him because he's so hard to access and he doesn't really leave his room. But it's about persistence, still pursuing that friendship despite the inconvenience. We've already seen that he feels like he's left to rot compared to Maru, who gets all the adoration and attention. So I think it's interesting how it's set up. You can't really just stumble into this 2 hot scene like you can with a lot of the other ones. The only reason you would be down here is to see Sebastian. But is he happy about that? Robin says he doesn't like people in his room. He's working. He doesn't want to see Sam or Abby. Surely you're just interrupting him here. But he doesn't seem annoyed or like he wants you to go. He tells you to go at the end when he says he has to get back to work. He could have done that at any time. If you pick the option at the beginning to leave, he says, "Where are you going?" And you stay. I don't think this is to do with you. I don't think he really gives a shit about you at this point. You're not friends. But with Sam, he says he doesn't want to go out. With Abby, it's because she knows he's working and she's going to interrupt him. With you, he tells you to hang on a sec, and either you do or you make an attempt to like leave him in peace. You respect his work and he doesn't have to go outside because you've come to him. So I don't think he's like psyched that you're there, but he's not mad about it. It's like he says he needs alone time to balance it out. He tells you to leave when he wants you to leave, and you do. It's a lot about boundaries, I think. There's a lot of boundary-based conversations happening in this scene. Robin says, "I know you don't like me being here, despite being there." Abby's planning on coming over despite Sebastian working. Sam wants to hang out, but Sebastian doesn't want to leave the house. He's got all these boundaries, but none of them are being respected. Right? Or is it that he's got all these boundaries, but he's not enforcing them? He doesn't respond to Sam to say, "Oh, I don't want to go outside." He just gets back to work. He doesn't reply. Presumably, he's not going to tell Abby, "Oh, I wish you would respect my job." His mum entered his room and he didn't say anything about it. All these people just have his best interests at heart. 2 of them just want to hang out with him. Robin is just trying to give him a message. Who's in the wrong here? I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll come back to this, but I don't know. He compares himself to Maru again here. We saw him do that in the synopsis. Not that he wrote the synopsis,
But, you know, within this very small amount of text talking about him, we have that comparison to Maru. So obviously it's a big part of his character. He says to his mum that no one disturbs Maru when she's working at the clinic. So he's still comparing the way he gets treated to the way that she gets treated. And it makes me wonder, how does he want to be treated? The synopsis says, he is Maru's older half-brother and feels like his sister gets all the attention and adoration while he is left to rot in the dark. So he feels like she gets all the adoration and attention and he's left to rot. This implies that he would like some more attention and adoration and he would not like to be left to rot. But he doesn't want to see his friends. He doesn't want his mum to come in his room. He seems like he doesn't care about you, but then sometimes he will share stuff with you. The 2 heart scenes for the other characters, I've been able to kind of pick out, you know, what they want, the general direction that their story's going to go in. But he eludes me. What do you want, Sebastian? I can't figure it out. Anyway, if you ask him about his career goals, all he tells you is that he wants to save up enough money to move out. So he doesn't really have career goals as such. He just wants to save up money. He doesn't really care how he does it. Then he says, you know, if I'd gone to college, I'd probably be making 6 figures right now. But I just don't want to be part of that corporate rat race, you know? Ick, okay? Ick. What is this? It's giving like, I could have gone pro. I used to be an adventurer. You know, I could be doing this thing that's way better than what I'm doing right now. But like, I chose not to. Is it meant to be a brag? Is it cope? Next, he says, well, and I guess I just feel more comfortable hidden behind the computer than dealing with people face to face. So if we take both of these statements and we try to figure out like what he's actually telling us, he's saying he deliberately didn't go to college because he didn't want to be part of that corporate rat race. He saw college as like a pipeline into that kind of life. I guess he was picturing going, you know, college to an internship to a junior position and kind of climbing the ladder. So he chose not to do that. And also, as a coincidental other reason, he feels more comfortable being behind a screen. I'm guessing this is from, you know, the 2016-ish generally held belief at that time that like freelance work is remote and employment is going into an office. Because right now, my husband has a big boy computer job and he works from home behind a screen with his camera off. Yeah, so obviously when this was being written, there was like a different mindset towards remote working. I remember pre-COVID, me and my husband both used to work from home 2 days a week. And it was like the biggest luxury ever. And now we both never leave the house. But like, this doesn't make sense because he could have gone to college and then done freelance work if he wanted to. He didn't have to, but he could have. So not wanting to be part of the corporate rat race wasn't that big of a decision in not going to college. So we can assume it's for that other reason, because he likes being behind a screen. So I think it's kind of like a cognitive dissonance. I kind of cope. I didn't go to college because of this impressive ideological reason. Not because I was scared. No, it's pride. It's cope. Something else weird is what he says if you ask why he doesn't want to see his friends. I like having friends. I just need a lot of time alone to balance out the social stuff. Sam's the opposite. He goes crazy if he's alone for too long. Maybe that's why I like computers so much. They're engaging, straightforward, and unselfish. Quite the opposite of a lot of people I know. Who is this referring to? What a subtweet. I like computers. They don't tell me to get a job. So he's saying that a lot of people he knows are the opposite of engaging, straightforward, and unselfish. AKA he's saying that a lot of people he knows are selfish, unappealing/boring, and complicated/fraudulent. I looked up their antonyms. Who? A lot of people he knows. Who? We can't answer this yet. We can only guess, but I'm not going to guess because we will talk about it again later. Instead, I'm just going to call him a fucking hypocrite. This guy's so deep in the cope, feeling like he has to justify to you why he didn't go to college and he's not making 100 grand and he still lives with his mum, even though you didn't fucking ask. Comparing himself to Maru, even though his mum actively worries about him and tries to connect with him. And he's complaining about the people around him being selfish and not being straightforward. How about you tell people what you want, Sebastian? How about you communicate? Motherfucker. He's got all these people who care about him and want to hang out with him, and he's just pushing them away and then like subtweeting them behind their backs to you, taking them for granted. This kind of thing is what led me in my initial opinions to be like, he's spoiled. He's entitled. I talked about boundaries, but it seems like he doesn't stick up for himself. He just wants people to like read his mind. Same as how we said earlier that he's not being blunt, like our communication king, Shane. He's just kind of throwing subtext at you. You're not being straightforward, Sebastian. Hypocrite. Okay, let's get into Four Hearts. He pisses me off.
He was a punk, she did ballet.
If you go to the mountains between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m, Sebastian's outside his house, working on his motorbike in the garage. He slides out from under it, greets you. The player asks something, and he says, "What, you haven't seen my motorcycle before? I guess I haven't shown it to you." He slides back under it and works for a while, before the screen tints a blue colour and we hear his musical theme. He says, "Sometimes, after sundown, I make the long ride out of Stardew Valley. There's nothing else like it, blazing along the empty stretch of road toward the faint city glow. Once I've saved up enough money, I'm going to head out on my own, to the city and beyond. Just me and my bike." The blue tint fades away and the music ends. Sebastian says that the oil's changed. Then he says maybe he'll let you ride sometime. If you want. You get a choice. That sounds fun? No thanks, that sounds stupid. I'm scared of motorcycles. I said that sounds fun. He says, great. We pan away and fade to black.
Okay, look. I have to get this out of the way. I have to mention it. If you answer that you're scared of motorcycles, the wiki says, Sebastian responds with one of two dialogues. Don't worry, I'll make sure to show you the ropes before I let you do anything dangerous. There's no need to worry. I'll make sure you're safe. But the wiki is wrong. This makes it seem random which dialogue he says to you. But in the text files of the game, we can see this. And according to the modding guide, this little caret symbol means gender switch character. The text before it is shown for male farmers, the text after it for female farmers. Motherfucker, not again. This is the same shit that happened in the Sam video where he calls his boyfriend energetic and he calls his girlfriend pretty. Elliot orders a girl a wine and a boy a beer. You get a salad if you're a girl and Alex is Tenha, and you get a steak if you're a boy. Motherfucker, not again. Stop doing this. Me at a guy I have never spoken to working on something 10 years ago. Stop it. So these two lines. If you're a guy, he's going to show you the ropes. He's going to let you do things. Teach you about how it works, maybe let you ride yourself for a while. If you're a girl, he's just going to make sure you're safe. The guy takes an active role. The girl takes a passive role. Love that for us. Love that. Come on, Pupple. Yeah. Oh, it's been ages since we've had a kitty. He's kind of matching the colour scheme. Good job, buddy. So I guess I get why it was done like that. The dev figured a girl would want to be like, oh, he's keeping me safe. Big strong Sebastian. And a guy would be like, hell yeah, man. Let me ride your motorbike. But that's so narrow. If you're a guy, it could easily be a romantic thing and you want him to keep you safe. If you're a girl, you might just be friends. Or you might just prefer him to teach you stuff. Like, the problem I have with this kind of thing is it's just such a broad assumption about gender. It's always that men get the more masculine dialogue, where you're complimented on your energy or you get a beer or a steak, and women get the more feminine, meaning you're complimented on your appearance and you are to be kept safe. A little tingle. If lines like this were a specific character choice, you know, like it's a Sebastian thing that he's changing it for your gender, you'd think there would be more variety. Like, Sebastian is a guy who spends all of his time on the internet. You'd think he, out of all characters, would have a less traditional view of gender. Don't tell me he didn't have Tumblr in 2016. But with this kind of thing, this is my opinion, obviously, but it feels more like it's the dev's bias bleeding through. I'm going to slide off. And it just sucks because now it's there for the characters. And it's like, now I have to choose between discounting the dialogue because I think it's just the guy's personal bias. It's not a character choice. Or analysing it like it's part of Sebastian, even though I don't really think it is. Obviously, the game wasn't designed to have you be able to view both of these lines at once because it's meant to be played. But it's very annoying for me, specifically. It's very annoying. It's very annoying for me. Oh, you're such a baby. Ideal solution? Give everyone the girl dialogue. I don't care if men feel emasculated. What is emasculation anyway? Gender isn't real, Eric. Go watch some Alexandra Avila.
All gender isn't real. Is it, my little boy? Boop. Anyway. Oh. Anyway, sorry. I had to mention that. Okay, so Sebastian is working on his motorbike. We didn't know up until this point that he has a motorbike. And look, I'm only human, okay? I get it. It's kind of hot. The picture of him, like, on the little board with the cigarette behind his ear. I get it. He's a little dirty. He's working with his hands. It's hot. It's objectively hot. Why? I don't know. I guess compared to his usual, like, persona, so far we've pegged Sebastian very much as, like, a computer boy, an inside boy. He codes. He doesn't really go anywhere or do anything. And then to see him, like, getting his hands dirty, talking about riding his motorcycle on the open road, is the contrast. But the contrast is what confuses me also. I can't help but go back to that word, persona. So he's working on his bike out here in the open, and you just happen to kind of stumble upon it. And he has that line of, what, you haven't seen my motorcycle before? I guess I haven't shown it to you. It's giving like, oh, what, this old thing? Oh, that's just my stupid cool motorbike I keep out in the open. And I work on it outside of my house, even though I have a garage and I love being indoors. Oh, I've never shown it to you before? Oh, that's so weird. Well, I guess here it is or whatever. Like, he's got these computer boy traits. He's got these bad boy traits, and those are the ones he does outside. The smoking and the motorbike. I guess I just kind of feel like he's doing too much. It feels like a persona. His synopsis describes him as rebellious. But, like, is he? What does he do that's rebellious except for smoke and ride his motorbike? Nothing. He's playing the part, but there's nothing behind it. He's a poser. But then, during this scene, we get the blue tint. We get his musical theme for the first time. Echoes, brackets, Sebastian's theme. And he has these lines. Sometimes, after sundown, I make the long ride out of Stardew Valley. There's nothing else like it. Blazing along the empty stretch of road toward the faint city glow. Once I've saved up enough money, I'm going to head out on my own. To the city and beyond. Just me and my bike. This, I feel like, is real. This is coming from his soul. That's why it goes blue. That's why it's so different. It comes so suddenly in amongst this, like, persona, this moment of truth. He tells you about a feeling. It's very evocative, the language that's used, the long ride, the faint city glow. He doesn't tell you, it makes me feel free, it makes me feel calm, but you just kind of get it from that evocative language. He says he's going to head out on his own once he has enough money saved up. So he's riding to the city and back as like a practice almost. He doesn't tell you about the ride back to Stardew Valley. He tells you about the long ride out of Stardew Valley. For that time that he's riding away, he can feel like he's never returning. And then the blue tint fades. His theme ends. He offers to take you sometime. I don't think it's a real offer. I don't think he means it. I think because the moment has ended, this is his kind of persona again. Because this choice doesn't affect friendship. Even if you say, no thanks, that sounds stupid, you don't lose any points. He just says, okay, never mind then. And if you agree to go, he's not particularly pleased. He doesn't start trying to arrange it with you. He just says, great. It's not a real offer. I think he just wants to know what you think. He's been doing this persona of man with motorbike and he wants some feedback on how he's doing. It's all at arm's length again. So he doesn't really care what you say. He has no skin in that game. So notably, I don't think that you're friends here. So in the Linus video, we discussed this, how the 4 heart scenes are, by and large, the point where you and a character are friends. It tends to be when they open up to you. It's when Linus apologizes to you and says that you're friends. But I think Sebastian is one of those exceptions that proves the rule. I think he's such a hard person to get through to because of all of that stuff, the persona, the contradiction, holding you at arm's length, that it's the 6 heart scene where you really become friends. Here, he does open up to you a little, but then he closes back up. And we've seen that with him before, with his dialogue. He says people are like stones on the water, and then he asks, do you need something? He's hot, then he's cold. He's yes, then he's no. He's still sussing you out. If we get into his new dialogue at 4 hearts, we see this more. He's definitely more friendly. Hey, Don't let me stop you from getting your work done. If you aren't busy, I don't mind if you stick around. Hey, it's hard to think of new things to talk about, sometimes, even after you know someone. Sorry. So he doesn't mind just existing in the same space as you. He still doesn't have much to say to you, but he apologizes and kind of explains himself a little bit. Like, compare that second line to a Zero Hearts line. I don't really have anything to say. I still don't know you very well. In that line, he's kind of blaming you. He doesn't know you well enough to have anything to say to you. It's like you're bothering him. But in the Full Heart version, he's blaming himself. Says it's hard for him to think of new things to talk about, even now that he does know you. That first line says, if I knew you better, I would have something to say. But that Full Heart line shows that that's not true. He's still struggling, and he's honest about it, and he apologizes. I feel this so hard. It's so hard to think of things to say sometimes. Sometimes I even have that with my husband. Like, we're sitting there in a restaurant or something, and I'm like, we should be talking. People will think that we hate each other. But I can't think of anything to say. But like, the key with that kind of thing is just to sit there in silence. A comfortable silence with someone that you're close with is like the best thing ever. It feels so peaceful. But Sebastian's not at that point with you yet. He's still feeling awkward, like he has to think of something to say. So he's getting there, but he's not there yet. This is also where he has this dialogue about Maru that gave me like the biggest Sebastian ick. Why does everyone like Maru so much? Sure, she's smart and friendly, but don't they realize it's all just an attention-grabbing scam? Sorry. I saw this line of his when I was doing the Maru deep dive, and like, ew. Not a good look, babe. It comes across so petty, so jealous, so bitter. He calls it a scam, and a scam is, by definition, a dishonest scheme, a fraud. I love my definitions. So she's being dishonest. She's being fraudulent for her own gain. This kind of links back to the Two Heart scene where he said the people he knows are the opposite of straightforward, and an antonym of straightforward is fraudulent. So he definitely could be talking about Maru with that one. But like, he's wrong. Because I've done my Maru research, and it is not an attention-grabbing scam. She's just a smart and friendly person. It goes back to his synopsis, how he feels like Maru gets all the attention. He says attention-grabbing, like she's taking it from him. She's smart, she's friendly, for the explicit purpose of taking their parents' attention away from Sebastian and putting it on herself. But Maru doesn't want it either. Maru's whole storyline is way more affected by Demetrius than Sebastian's is by Robin, in a negative way. And Robin is obsessed with Sebastian in the same way that Demetrius is obsessed with Maru. He gets as much attention as she does. But the facts don't matter to him here. It's not like he can go on his parents' wiki pages and like count their lines of dialogue. He just feels like she gets more attention, like he's left to rot, like her friendliness is a scam. I wonder if he has his own persona because of this, to like compete with hers, or whether this is just how he sees people, always putting forward some kind of front for their own gain. Another interesting Full Hearts line is, I usually stay inside, but I do go to the beach now and then. Pretty much only when it's raining though. For some reason, staring off into the bleak horizon makes me feel, I don't know, like it's worthwhile to keep pushing on, I guess. So this is kind of similar to the Full Heart scene in that he shares this feeling with you. Here he does explicitly say it's a feeling. He says it makes me feel, but he's guessing at the feeling. He says, I don't know. He says, I guess. Like it stirs some kind of emotion in him, but he can't really put a finger on what it is. He just guesses. Maybe that's why he doesn't tell you exactly what the feeling is when he rides to the city, because he doesn't know. But he must like it. He goes to the beach when it's raining. He rides to the city. Whatever that feeling is, he wants it. He's looking for something. What is it? Okay, let's get into the Six Heart scene. So with the Six Heart scene, there's a lot of different paths you can go down. So I'm going to talk you through the footage that I have, and then we're going to discuss all the other options. So you go into Sebastian's room, and he's there with Sam. He says, hey, he and Sam were about to play Solarian Chronicles, the game. He asks if you want to join them. It's better with 3 players. You sit at the table with them. Sebastian draws the scenario card. It looks like today's quest will take you into the Necromancer's Tower to try and reclaim the Solarian staff from the clutches of Dread Lord Zar. Sam asks if you're ready to choose your character, and you get a choice. Warrior, I like a direct approach. Healer, I prefer to help others. Wizard, my sharp mind is the most powerful blade of all. I chose Warrior, and Sebastian says good choice. That's easiest for beginners. He picks the Wizard, and Sam, displeased, ends up being the Healer. Sebastian says let's begin, and we fade to black. The king has entrusted you and your companions with recovering the Solarian Staff, a task which, if completed successfully, will ensure your place in the Hall of Legends, as well as a sizable fortune of gold and silver. After a long month journeying across unforgiving lands, you step out onto a precipice to see your destination looming in the distance. There, beyond a moonlit plain, lies the Necromancer's Tower, where Dreadlord Zarth usurps the power of the stolen Solarian Staff for his vile purposes. The tower lies before you. You get a choice. Go in the front, fortune favours the bold. Search for back entrance, let's remain hidden. I went in the front. A skeleton guards the hallway before you. It looks dangerous. What do? You get a choice. Fight the skeleton, run away. I fought the skeleton. It lunges forward. Will you swing your weapons? Raise your shield. I swung my weapon, but the skeleton was too quick and strikes out at your party before anyone has a chance to attack. The force of the blow sends your party flying backwards. Unable to stop in time, you tumble down a steep slope and splash into something wet. You find yourself in a sewer-like corridor. To your left, a hallway glows with a peculiar green light. To your right, a staircase leads up into the dark. What do? Enter the hallway to your left? Climb the stairs to your right. I climbed the stairs and came to a door at the end of a hallway. The time has come to face Dreadlord Zarth. We face Zarth inside the room. Intruders! How dare you trespass in my private chambers? Ah, so you've come for the Solarian Staff. Hehehe, fools. You'll make a nice addition to my skeleton army. Dreadlord Zarth is muttering an incantation. What do? Charge ahead, swinging your sword. Use your shield to defend your friends. I used my shield. Zarth casts Shadow Bolt at Sebastian, but you raise your shield just in time to deflect the attack. As Zarth prepares another spell, you charge forward and strike him down with your sword. The Solarian Staff glows peacefully as you hold it high. Order has been restored to the world.
Fuck yeah. Fuck you, Zarth.
The game lets you know your rating. I finished the scenario with a C. We fade back into Sebastian's room and he says, "Hey, not bad." It took him 3 or 4 tries to beat his first scenario. The player reacts well and Sebastian says, "Thanks for stopping by. He'll see you later." We fade to black.
Okay. This is my shit. Narrative design tangent. Okay, if you are just tuning in now and you haven't seen all of my videos, number 1, I'm very disappointed in you, but you can make it up to me. Put them on your watch later. Number 2, before accidentally becoming a YouTuber, I was a narrative designer in the games industry for 4 years. What that means is, well, the definition of narrative designer changes from company to company, but basically I would write for games and also, design the narrative. So like come up with characters, storylines, etc. I would also do a lot of outfit design, which meant sometimes I was sitting there at work, salaried, looking at pictures of banana costumes to try and find a good reference for the art department. Kind of similar to how these days I'm sitting there at work looking up if there is Sebastian and Krobus fanfiction. Anyway, another part of narrative design is the narrative design, the structuring. Like if you get a choice and that choice splits into 2 branches and the character says 2 different things and then it links up again, that's narrative design. Even if they didn't say 2 different things, even if there wasn't a choice there at all, that's narrative design. Choosing how the narrative plays out, the design of it, the structure, how the narrative is delivered to the player, because that really makes a difference. To give you an example, if we think about Stardew Valley itself, obviously there wasn't a narrative designer because Eric Baloney wore all of the hats. But if there had been, then their job probably would have been to design and write the heart events, when and where the heart events get triggered, all the characters' dialogue, which dialogue is available at which hearts, like what's the 4 hearts dialogue, what's the 6 hearts dialogue based on heart events, for example, Haley talking to you about the pickle jar, the engagement dialogue, the marriage dialogue, the designing and the using of the married dialogue heart system, you know how you get low, neutral hearts, married dialogue, deciding which of the characters even have that system. For example, Harvey doesn't get low hearts dialogue because he's so psyched to be with you, making that kind of decision for the character, as well as all the letters, when the letters get delivered, all the quests and the text for them, the help wanted board, the special orders board, all of the books and the order in which the books are shown to the player, and maybe how easy it is to find the books, like how that information is drip fed to the player. And the same with the secret notes. They would have designed the Winter Mystery Quest, how you need the magnifying glass to see the secret notes, and then they would have written all the secret notes and decided which order they come in. I could go on, I could keep naming stuff.
Like I said, the job title really changes from place to place. Sometimes you'll have a narrative director that's made a lot of the design decisions, so you're essentially just writing and implementing those systems. Sometimes you really are essentially a game designer. It depends how big the team is generally. The smaller the team, the more responsibility you have. But essentially, it's not only writing the actual text of the game, but deciding when and where and how that information is shown to the player, deciding what they're allowed to know and when, and what their choices affect, how the story plays out, how a player experiences the narrative as it connects to gameplay, narrative as gameplay. All this to say, obviously I deconstructed the entire narrative design of the Six Hat scene. I couldn't resist. Hello, welcome to green screen area. I hope it looks okay. I bought this green screen so that I could talk you through my crazy person graph. I used my own playthrough to make this graph, and I also used 4 playthroughs that I found on YouTube that I will credit in the description. And I also played through the Six Hat scene like 20 times to get every scenario and make sure that I was right. If you're interested in how exactly I put all of this together, I am making an entirely separate companion video to this video about how I made this video, and that will be available on my Patreon. So if you want to see me doing maths, go look at that. I'll put a link to this graph, chart, self-report in the description in case you're interested in the nitty-gritty, you want to look at it yourself. But I'm going to kind of walk you through some of it now. So first off, we have the choice to become a warrior, a healer, or a wizard. That choice doesn't really end up doing much, except it affects the role that Sam or Sebastian take, and it comes into play right at the end. Until then, everything plays out pretty much exactly the same. We have the same intro sequence, and you have the same choice. Do you want to go in the front or the back? If you go in the back entrance, there's an extra line, but you essentially just skip straight to the sewer section. So there's this whole section here that you can essentially just kind of skip or miss, depending on what your proclivities are. Then you meet the skeleton, you can fight or run away. If you run away, you also just go to the sewer. If you choose to fight the skeleton, whatever you do, you just get 2 extra dialogue boxes and then you go to the sewer. So all paths lead to the sewer, much like plumbing. Now, you can see I put a +1 next to raising your shield. I'm not 100% sure about this because I haven't cracked open the back end of the game to confirm my theory. But what I would strongly assume is that there is something called an integer, and it's called something like, Solarian points. And then when you make certain decisions while you're playing through this, that value changes. That's what an integer does. It's basically just a way of storing a number. So you start with the integer being 0, and if you make the correct choice, so if you raise your shield, that value goes up by 1. And then this is what the scene uses to determine your scenario score, but we'll get to that at the end. You can kind of ignore the numbers for now. So yeah, all paths lead to the sewer. So the branches all link up at this point. After that, we have another choice on where to go. And it's the same kind of situation as earlier, where based on what you choose, you can just skip an entire section. So if you choose to go up the stairs, you just kind of go straight to the final boss. But if you go down the hallway, you get some more content. You find these prisoners floating in a green liquid. Basically, okay, the storyline the storyline of this seems to be that the Solarian staff has given Zarth the ability to create a skeleton army. And that's what's happening to these poor guys in the green liquid. They're being transformed into skeletons for his skeleton army. Whether the liquid is magical or it's just acid that's, making them literally into skeletons, and then he uses the staff to reanimate them, I don't know. I would assume it's the same green liquid that's in the sewer. But yeah, however he's doing it, I think that's what's going on in this area. So yeah, you can leave the capsules alone or you can destroy them. The correct choice is to destroy them, which is kind of nice. Put them to rest. But whatever you do, the choices link up again and we all end up at the final boss. So Zarth always has the same monologue, but this is the point where we branch based on what character you chose. So for the wizard and the warrior, you basically get a choice between being aggressive and being defensive. If we learned anything fighting the skeleton earlier, we should know to be defensive. So in both of these situations, that's the right thing to do. If you're not defensive, you still succeed, but Sam and Sebastian are fried to a crisp. F's in the chat, please. But if you're the healer, you get a different kind of choice. You get the choice to either heal Sam or Sebastian. Oh my god, love triangle situation. 2 boys fighting over me. Edward and Jacob vibes. Whoever you choose, they kill Zarth, and you win. Either order or peace and order are restored to the world. Good job. Now, let's go back to that integer. I ran through this a bunch of times, so I'm sure that I'm right about this. So at the end of the scene, you always get a scenario score, and you can get A, B, C, or D. And we can see these as values of that integer. So to get an A, you need 3 points. To get a B, you need 2 points. To get a C, you need 1 point. To get a D, you get no points. I'll kind of demonstrate it to you if we go through this graph doing the choices that I made in my playthrough. So I ended up with a C. I went through the front, I fought the skeleton, but I swung at him, which was wrong. So I still have 0 points. When I got to the sewer, I went to the stairs instead of to the hallway. So I missed this whole section. I wasn't able to get a point there either. During the final boss, I chose right. I raised my shield and that gave me 1 point. So I got 1 point for my whole playthrough, which should be a C. And I did get a C. Now you may be asking yourself, why did you do that? Why did you make this whole thing? Why did you buy a green screen? Sure, it's cool and interesting and everything, but what's it got to do with Sebastian? It's got very little to do with Sebastian. I basically did it because I wanted to. I thought it was cool and interesting. I love narrative design. I wanted to make a cool graph. Sue me. So while we're in our tangent, while I'm being self-indulgent, let me review this narrative design. Let me give you my opinion. It's quite basic. Like I said, the character that you pick only makes a difference right at the end. As the healer or the wizard, when you're fighting the skeleton, you still get the option to swing your sword or raise your shield. So it would have been nice if that could have been branched on your class as well. I also think it's kind of unintuitive. So I guess this is supposed to be based on like Dungeons and Dragons or other like tabletop RPGs. But when you play D&D, the choice to go in the front or the back would be based on like context. What's the mission? What are your surroundings? Roll a perception check to see if there's someone like right on the other side of the door. But here it's just like front or back, and you're kind of choosing randomly. And the back door isn't like the wrong choice, but it kind of is, because you can never get an A rating if you go in the back door, because you skip that whole section with the skeleton. It's the same with the sewer. That choice of go down the hallway or go up the stairs is a choice you're going to make without a lot of like strategy. I mean, I suppose it's a tower and you can kind of figure, oh, the bad guy's probably going to be at the top of the tower, but that would just be like a guess. He could also still be in his little side room working on his projects. You don't know his schedule. I do like how when I played it, you know, I first attacked the skeleton and then I learned that that was wrong. And then I had the option later to like attack or use my shield. And I remembered the earlier encounter and I used my shield, like I learned from it. But like, why was attacking the skeleton wrong? Skeletons in the majority of games are like the weakest enemy. I guess I'm like a brand new character, but what are my stats? I'm a warrior. Surely I'm like pretty good at fighting from the get-go. What might have been a nice alternative is to have like 3 different choice spots based on the 3 different classes. So for example, first you have a choice like whether to attack a skeleton or not attack it. And if you're the wizard or you're the healer, then attacking it is the wrong choice. But if you're the warrior, then it's right. And then after that, you get a choice like whether to let Sam wade through some of that green liquid. And if you're the healer, then you can let him do that because you can heal him afterwards. But if you're not, then that was the wrong choice because he's like half dissolved now. And then something similar, you know, for the wizard, you know, like requiring a little bit of strategy, a little bit of context, giving some clues. That's narrative design, baby. You have this very simple framework of, you know, binary choices, needing to link them up as soon as possible, like an integer-based point system. And how do you use that to your advantage? What's the most interesting thing you can do with that? Because the stuff I just suggested, you could very easily do with the exact same tools that built what exists now. But if we take that question, you know, as a whole, what's the most interesting thing you can do with it? Then I think this scene is really cool. This is in Stardew Valley. He's taken this like heart event system, this ability to make choices and store integers, and made like a little D&D quest out of it. And I think that's really cool and really creative. There's nothing else like this in the game, except if you count Abigail's 2 heart scene where you play Prairie King with her, which I also think is really cool. It feels fresh, because the heart events can get a bit stale, especially when you've seen them like 10 times like I have. I like it. I like this scene. I just wish it went a bit further. I wish it was like a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit more fair. I wish it felt a bit more like D&D instead of just like random guessing. All right, end of narrative design tangent. Back to you in the studio. Thanks, Fiona. Okay, if we talk about this in terms of Sebastian, while we're playing the scenario itself, we don't really learn anything about him. It would be one thing if he designed the campaign. We could get something from his choices, but he draws a scenario card. So it's like this campaign is pre-made, like how in D&D you can get pre-made like one-shots, so you don't have to come up with one on your own. A lot of people use that kind of thing as like a jumping off point, like add their own stuff around it, but we don't get any indication that Sebastian's doing that, so I'm not going to assume. So the whole game design aspect of this section is kind of a moot point. Within the universe, someone else wrote it. So for example, I would talk about how there's an emphasis on defense, how using your shield is always the right thing to do, defending your friends. But that's not got anything to do with Sebastian. He just bought the game and played it. I guess he could have bought and played a different game, one where attacking is always the right thing to do. But I don't know, it just doesn't feel worth digging into. Except for the big graph that I made. But like in a character way, you know. I also wish that there was some interjection from Sam and Sebastian. So when you're the healer and you choose whether to save Sam or Sebastian, the one you save interrupts and says, thank you. And you get a ... from the one you didn't choose. So it is possible for them to be interjecting. It also seems like earlier versions of this scene did have them doing that. So in the text files, you can find these dialogue lines from Sebastian. He references his role, a sword. So it seems like these lines were from this scene. He was giving you feedback on your choices. And I like that. That would have been so cool in this scene. You know, you try and attack the skeleton and you fall down into the sewer and he goes, bad luck. A defensive strategy is always best. Or something like that, you know? Just to like have him as a presence. Or maybe he and Sam can give you like conflicting advice. As it is, you're essentially playing the game alone, cut off from Sam and Sebastian. And as we said, the game itself is something pre-made. So this whole section where you're playing isn't even really a Sebastian Hart event. It's just like a mini game, like Prairie King was with Abigail. But that still has value. Prairie King with Abigail was about spending time with her. So we can zoom out a little bit and think about what we do learn about Sebastian here. If we think about his friendship with Sam, the time that they spend together, they're either playing pool, they're doing band practice, or they're standing by the river. If we take Saturdays where they do band practice, they spend 5 hours doing that and then about an hour standing together. So their time together is overwhelmingly taken up by an activity, pool, band practice, or playing this game. It makes sense. Sebastian is a very hobby-based guy. His synopsis says he will sometimes spend great lengths of time pursuing his hobbies. But personally, when I see my friends, it's not usually to like do something. Sure, we'll get a drink. Me and my friend are going to go play board games this weekend. Me and my other friend go paddleboarding. But it's mostly just to exist in the same space, to catch up, or just like vibe. Whatever we're doing is a backdrop to the conversation. When me and my friend paddleboard, we have the deepest chats. It's basically like therapy. We really get into it because we have like 3 hours just to spend with each other with no witnesses. I think this links back to what we said about that 4-heart dialogue. Hey, it's hard to think of new things to talk about sometimes, even after you know someone. Sorry. He's not ready to spend that unfiltered time with you where it's just conversation. It's pretty rare that he does that, only an hour with Sam, but he's happy to spend time with you doing an activity. So I think that's why he's so casual about inviting you to join the game. It's not a huge commitment or anything, because like I said before, when you're actually playing the game, he's barely involved. You don't talk to each other, you just play. But it doesn't count as like parallel play either, because you are playing together. We'll talk about parallel play later, but basically this game and pool and band practice are ways for him to spend time with other people in a less stressful way, where he doesn't have to worry all the time about what he's going to say next. Because that 4-heart statement covers Sam too, right? Even after you know someone, that covers Sam. So their friendship is hobby-based because it works for them. They spend time together and it eases that anxiety for Sebastian. He could also just want you to join the game because it's better with 3 players. You know, he could just be putting his anxiety aside for the sake of the game. But I think it's more that he doesn't have to weigh the 2 things up. His anxiety about you joining the game versus it making the game better, because his anxiety is lower because you're doing an activity. But it's not 0 because as soon as the game is over, he tells you to leave. He says, "Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you later." Which is kind of the same as in the 2-heart scene where he's like, "Well, I should get back to work. I need to get this module finished by tomorrow." Kind of like, leave please. But these are night and day. This time he says, "Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you later." AKA, "I'm glad you came over. I will see you again." So this is the point where you're friends. Instead of 4 hearts, it comes for Sebastian at 6 hearts because he's an anxious little sausage. He needs more time to feel comfy around you. Like, this scene doesn't do anything crazy. I think it's just, you know, now that you've spent more time together, he's gotten used to you. So if we look at his 6 hearts dialogue, he refers to you as his friend explicitly. "You and Sam are probably my only friends in this town." As opposed to the 2 hearts line, "Sam is probably my only friend in this town. Well, Abby is nice too, but, never mind." He doesn't even mention Abby anymore, which I would take to mean that in the friendship rankings, you have now superseded Abby. Friendship ended with Abigail. Now player is my best friend. I guess it also kind of implies he doesn't have a crush on her anymore, because he doesn't mention that. He could easily say, oh, you're my only friends in this town. Or Abby is nice too, but he doesn't. That bit's just gone. You could argue that now he has a crush on the player instead, because he has these lines, I've been reading a book about a farmer. Reminds me a lot of you, actually. Sorry if that creeps you out. I like your new boots. Your hair looks nice today. Do you want to hang out for a while? Could you picture someone like me living on a farm? It seems ridiculous. In the Stardew Valley universe, asking the player about living on the farm is like the ultimate riz. He's been reading a book about a farmer. He likes your new boots, if you're a boy, or your hair, if you're a girl. Ugh. We could interpret these as flirty behaviours, and that's fine to do that. I think that overall just behaviours of someone growing closer to you, someone taking an interest in you. He's reading a book about your profession. He's thinking about living on a farm, aka where you live. He's interested in you and your lifestyle. So we could interpret that as flirting. We could interpret that platonically. Dealer's choice. Now let's talk about the second line that is the ultimate ick line from Sebastian. We had his weird thing about Maru, and now we get this. I was so close to screaming at Mum for throwing away my old comic collection, but something stopped me. With age comes wisdom. In the Maru video, I said, okay, do you want a pat on the back for not screaming at someone? I said, it's very ick that he thinks it's mature not to scream at someone.
But do people say that Robin neglects Sebastian? No. Robin never does anything wrong. And Sebastian is perfect, despite thinking that it's mature to not scream at his mum at the age of 24. I'm sorry, that was harsh. But do you want a fucking pat on the back for not screaming at someone? Good job.
And look, okay, I love nuance. We know I love nuance. So I'm going to approach this fairly. If he has a comic collection and his mum threw it away, that's years of work. That's a lot of money. It's a big deal. That sucks. I understand his anger. I actually don't think anyone would blame him for yelling at her a bit, being like, what the hell? Why did you do that? It's upsetting. It's frustrating. Obviously, it's never ideal to yell at someone, but we're all human. I think it's the way it's worded. Screaming is a lot more evocative than yelling. It implies shouting literally as loud as you can. And the way he says, with age comes wisdom, like he's patting himself on the back for it. This stuff makes this line come across as, fuck this guy. But we're doing a deep dive. We're giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm really trying here, guys. He's saying he almost yelled at her, but he didn't. Something stopped him. Then he says, with age comes wisdom, acknowledging that not yelling at her was the right thing to do, that it's wise, that it's most likely because he's grown up a bit. When we deconstruct it like that, it's really not so bad. So yeah, initially this line was very ick because it's like grown man living in his mum's basement screams at her for throwing away his comic books. You know, it kind of sets off like a fight or flight in my brain. But when you really look at this line, it's him mellowing out. Something stopped him. And he assumes that it's age. Is it? There's more dialogue from him at Six Hearts, but we're going to mention that in some other places. For now, what we need to know moving forwards is that he considers you a friend, and something has changed within him. Something is not the same. I'm through with playing by the rules. He doesn't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Let's move on.
All around me a familiar face.
If you go to the beach on a rainy day, Sebastian is standing at the end of the dock, looking out at the water. The player approaches, and he turns around, says your name like a question. You walk closer, and he says he's surprised to find you out here in the rain. You stand next to him, and both look out at the water for a while. He says, look at those dark clouds looming over the horizon. I hope they come this way. He likes this weather because it makes everyone disappear. Being around people makes him anxious. But he doesn't feel that way around you. He's stressed, then says, you're getting soaked. He puts up an umbrella and says, there's room for two. The player moves closer, under the umbrella. We fade to black. I like this scene. It's short, it's to the point. So far I have said roughly 14,000 words to you. So at this point, a short scene is kind of a blessing to me. He feels anxious around other people. He doesn't feel that way around you. He lets you under his umbrella. You're friends now. I want to talk about Sebastian's relationship with the weather for a minute. So almost every character in Stardew Valley talks about the weather a decent amount, because there's only so many things to talk about in this game, you know? But Sebastian has kind of a contrary opinion. Everyone is so happy in the sun. I don't get it. I'm looking forward to the cold, damp season. I feel more at home. The sun is coming out less and less these days. Wonderful. I'm enjoying this gloomy weather. Although, I have to say, it's a little cold. So this definitely adds to his emo persona. The sun is coming out less and less. Wonderful. And yeah, we all have our preferences. But as someone with the big D, depression, I can't relate even a little bit. Sunlight is pretty well documented to improve your mental health, so you probably know what seasonal affective disorder is. Sad. Seasonal affective disorder, SAD, is a type of depression that comes and goes in a seasonal pattern. SAD is sometimes known as winter depression because the symptoms are usually more apparent and more severe during the winter. The exact cause of SAD is not fully understood, but it's often linked to reduced exposure to sunlight during the shorter autumn and winter days. The main theory is that a lack of sunlight might stop a part of the brain called the hypothalamus working properly, which may affect the production of melatonin, the production of serotonin, and the body's internal clock. So most of the time, people who have SAD get sad in the winter, happy in the summer. But the NHS website also says some people with SAD may have symptoms during the summer and feel better during the winter. So this is something called reverse sad, aka happy, also called summer sad. This page I read from Relational Psych called it a cruel summer, which obviously makes them a reputable source if they are quoting the gospel. Winter SAD, the more commonly recognized form, usually manifests as a desire to hibernate, increase sleep, carbohydrate cravings, weight gain, and a tendency towards social withdrawal. On the flip side, summer SAD presents a different set of symptoms, more akin to classic depression, or what is sometimes called agitated depression. These can include insomnia, reduced appetite, weight loss, and in severe cases, increased restlessness and even thoughts of suicide. Some hypothesize that these symptoms might be related to the heat and longer daylight hours disrupting sleep-wake patterns. Additionally, the pressure of social engagements, disruptions to routine, and body image issues exacerbated by warmer clothing can contribute to summer SAD. So a lot of the symptoms of reverse SAD sound like Sebastian, being uncomfortable with the heat, the pressure of social engagements in the summer, and body image issues. He wears a t-shirt to the beach when you go to Ginger Island. But then this page also says that traditional winter SAD makes people kind of hibernate, aka sleep more. And Sebastian has this line in the fall. What time is it? I think I slept too much last night. But then in fall, he also says he was up till 3 a.m. reading a book. So some nights he's up late, some nights he sleeps too much. I'm not going to try and diagnose him. He's obviously not doing great. I just thought it was worth mentioning because to me, the idea of someone being like, yay, cold weather is absolutely bonkers. I asked my husband about it because he's a cold weather boy. And he says he hates being too hot and rain is cozy when you're inside. And his mental health doesn't have much of a correlation with the season. So I guess for Sebastian, they're probably unrelated too. He just likes the cold. But why? So he's an inside boy. I've referred to him as an inside boy. He has a line, what's the point of going outside? I've already seen it all. I literally can't even believe how numb he's become. Classic Sebastian. But then here in this scene, he says he likes the rainy weather because it makes people disappear. And he also has a line, I usually only go outside after dark. Does that sound weird to you? And going outside after dark is presumably to avoid people. Basically, he's inside all day. People are outside. People come inside because it's dark or it rains. And Sebastian goes outside. He wants to be where the people aren't. But like, these three things don't add up. He hates summer and loves bad weather. He likes being inside more than outside. He wants to avoid people. In the summer, everyone goes outside, so he can be inside, set up some nice air conditioning, be alone. In the winter, he's kind of forced outside because everyone's inside, and he said he doesn't see the point of going outside. So surely he would hate that, but he loves the gloomy weather. He encourages it. It doesn't add up, Sebastian. Do you like being outside or not? Answer me. So at this point in my script writing process, I was struggling. Was on the struggle bus. I would wake up thinking about Sebastian. I would go to sleep thinking about Shane, but that's normal. I felt like I was stuck because he has all of these contradictions. He says to you, "My room might be a little less depressing if I had a window." And I've seen people online be like, "Poor Sebastian, his sister got the best room and she has 2 rooms and Sebastian's stuck with the basement." But Robin built their house. Have I told you that I built our house from the ground up? It's definitely been the highlight of my career so far. My husband almost set the house on fire last night with his science experiment. One of his beakers exploded and sent a fireball into the rafters. Thank Yobra I used fire-resistant lacquer when I built the place. So she built the house, she took everyone's needs in mind. She built Demetrius a whole lab, and she used fire-resistant lacquer. She built Mary that little downstairs room, and she gave her a door so she can get to her telescope. You just know that Robin asked Sebastian, "What kind of room do you want?" And he was like, "Basement." She easily could have added a second story to the house, and he could have had that to himself. But instead he chose basement, and now he's saying he wants a window. His synopsis says, he's Mary's older half-brother and feels like his sister gets all the attention and adoration, while he is left to rot in the dark. And he says, why does everyone like Mary so much? Sure, she's smart and friendly, but don't they realise it's all just an attention-grabbing scam? Sorry. So we know that he feels like Maru is taking the attention away from him that his parents otherwise would have given him. But he calls her attention-grabbing like it's an insult. He overwhelmingly wants to be left alone. Just look at the 2 Heart scene. He doesn't want his mum coming in his room. He doesn't want to see Sam. And he says about the festivals, I'm not too big on festivals. Lots of commotion, too much social interaction, more stress than fun, if you ask me. And when he's up in the mountains, he says, I come here for the peace and quiet. We've also seen that he gets anxious around people. He basically migrates to wherever they aren't. So, what do you want? What do you want, Sebastian? Do you want attention or not? Can't figure it out. There's also that matter of trope that we discussed with the 4 Heart scene. I said that he was playing this persona of like, man with motorbike, cool bad boy, he smokes, he wears all black, he wants the rigid structures of society to break down. He's weird, he's a weirdo. But he's also like, computer boy, likes being inside, plays D&D, collects comic books, anxious, loner, programmer. Not knocking programmers. My husband's a programmer, and he's also kind of like this. He literally lives in his mum's basement. That's the biggest trope that there is. And obviously people aren't tropes, I get that. You don't have to stick to the status quo. You can sing and play basketball.
Not a singer. Did you ever think maybe I could be both?
But I've done 10 of these videos now. Alex, Abigail, Elliot, Emily, Haley, Harvey, Leah, Maru, Penny, Sam. And not once has anyone kind of straddled trope like this. So my instinct is to say that he's a computer boy and the motorcycle thing is just like a persona. But it's so tied into his storyline. Like we got that real look into his soul in the 4 Heart scene, you know, when it turned blue. And that was about his motorbike. And we'll see this in the 10 Heart scene as well. So it's not just a prop he uses to look cool. It means something to him. Pick a trope, Sebastian. What are you? And there's all this other stuff as well. With his family, are they the ones suffocating him? Is Demetrius neglecting him? Maru stealing the attention? Robin is coddling him? Or do they all love him and they're trying their best and he's shutting them out? He says he wants to move to the city really badly, but he also likes being alone and people make him anxious. Does he care what other people think of him? Does he have depression? Is he an introvert? Is he just defeatist? Is he spoiled? Is he entitled? Is he unappreciated? Or is he holding himself back? What does he want? What do you want? Who are you, Sebastian? Who are you? I've become so numb. Linkin Park's Numb is the closing track on their second studio album, 2003's Meteora, released as the 3rd single from the album alongside a music video. The song peaked at number 11 on the Billboard Top 100, and as of June 2014, had sold over 2 million copies. The song expresses themes of isolation, feeling lost, faithless, this intense loneliness caused by outside expectations. It speaks to an unknown character, referred to as you, with lines like, "I don't know what you're expecting of me," and "Every step that I take is another mistake to you." This person is suffocating the singer with the weight of their expectations, with their disappointment. The singer can't move, can't breathe, can't express themselves in a genuine way, can't find their own identity because they're constantly having to be what you want me to be. The anger and the turmoil expressed in the vocals underpin this theme of a battle being fought beneath the surface. We look under the skin and see the rage and resentment, the exhaustion and the confusion. The singer doesn't understand. "Can't you see that you're smothering me?" They describe themselves as being caught in the undertow being the current of a body of water moving in a different direction to the surface. This is an effective metaphor to describe not only the rolling feelings inside the singer, the feeling of helplessness, being caught in the undertow beneath the surface of the face they present to the world, but also to describe the feeling of being at odds with the rest of the world. Everyone is going one direction and you're going the other. The surface is the face that the singer presents to the world. Normalcy, meeting expectations, playing the part. This is a theme that comes up often in Linkin Park's work. For example, Paper Cut references the face inside, right beneath the skin, while Crawling in My Skin references something deep inside that pulls beneath the surface, expressing an insecurity, a discomfort in his own skin, hence, crawling in it. Numb is a song about identity, about independence, a desire to become more like me and less like you, to forge a new path, to have the freedom to make mistakes and defy expectations. The singer has become tired of pretending. Any individuality or creativity they once had is being crushed, smothered, so rarely allowed to come out and see any sunlight that it's dying. Their centre of their being, their passion, their soul, is being stifled. They struggle to see what the point in anything is anymore when they can't express themselves. They have become so numb.
But basically, what I was going to make this video about was just thoughts about Sebastian. Like, I've been thinking a lot about him, and so with all the characters, what I tend to do, or what I tend to be able to do, is find some kind of through line. Like, it tends to be very intentional, right? And I feel like that's why it's quite, simple for me to structure the videos in the way that I do, because it feels like there was an intentional through line in mind. And then that's the kind of through line that is then punctuated by the summit dialogue. So for example, if we take Alex, there was that theme of certainty, about how he was kind of humming and hawing, felt like he had to be someone he wasn't, didn't really know what he wanted. And then in his summit dialogue it says he says, "I feel sad about the future." So it's that's his through line, right? And I'm just struggling with Sebastian. Maybe I just haven't found it yet. But I just feel like he's so contradictory. All the other characters I feel are quite simple in their tropes. They don't kind of straddle genre like he does. And I can't figure out whether he likes being outside. Because I'm thinking, I guess that's what I'm getting stuck on is where does all of this come from? Because I felt like it was too simple to be well, it just comes from the fact that he has depression. Because that's not that interesting. Sebastian feels very escapist to me. He is a contradiction. He's unsatisfied with his life because he doesn't know what he wants, but he knows he's not happy yet. That's where a lot of the cringe emo shit comes from. It's even cringier if you yourself haven't been in his shoes, just desperate to live a different life, anything other than your own. Sebastian, being that tropey character, gets stereotyped by the people around him, including us as the player. We assume he's just another doom and gloom sad boy, which, he kind of is. But that's not all he is. Concerned Ape has said Sebastian is based off him as a teenager/young man, so to me that makes a lot of sense. But it explains why he's sort of contradictory, or seems to have more facets and dimensions than the average Stardew character with one specific through line or narrative. I think it's just supposed to be explained the way that any person's opinions are. People just like what they like. Thinking like that helps Seb make a lot more sense in my opinion. But you're definitely right and onto something. He's an enigma of a character compared to all the other characters who can be explained with your narrative design knowledge. But for Seb, I think you can just turn that part of your brain off, because he's kind of just the way that he is. Don't think too hard about it, LMAO. All I know is I'd never have the mental fortitude to put a character based off my emo teenage self in a video game. I would die of cringe every time I looked at it. Extremely relatable when that is the same reason he annoys me too. Just had the idea to drive to my mum's house and find my old teenage diary and see if anything I wrote sounds like Sebastian. The answer 100% will be yes. But am I ready for that?
Wednesday, 8th of January, 2014. I'm back at school. No one has asked about the 2 days I skipped. I had my English literature mock today, and it went pretty well. Also, I was in an extraordinarily good mood for a large portion of the day. Then I started crying out of nowhere. Then I watched 4 episodes of Breaking Bad. I've been more confident in my face and stuff, but a bit more socially anxious. Like today at dinner, I had a small moment where I freaked out at the fact that people like me. Like, why? I just say things. They're never really any good, and liking someone puts a lot of pressure on them. I wanted to be active, so I helped Mum with dinner and went with her to Tesco to get bread rolls. We were talking about something or other, and she said, "Your life is a metaphor." And I said, "Everyone's life is a metaphor for death," under my breath. And I don't know if that's any good, because, in all honesty, I'm not a very good writer. But I'll leave that there, just in case. Thursday, 23rd of January, 2014. Oh my god, I literally hate myself so much. I am terrible. I literally do not understand how I have friends. Like, I am literally terrible at life. Oh my god, it's 9:30. Wow, I didn't realise that half an hour had passed. I'm gonna cry again. I am literally so mad at myself. I fucking knew I had homework. But no, I watched 5 episodes of The Mindy Project and 2 of How I Met Your Mother and ate 7 brownies. Today, Joanne kicked me off the Xbox and I burned my pizza. And I went upstairs and cried because, hey, I can't do anything. The pizza was fine, just so you know. I think I might be developing anxiety because the main thing I hate about school is how I have to be around other people. I just want to get out of college and go to uni already. I'm so unhappy here. Oh, I'm not a fandom nerd anymore. I haven't seen any of Supernatural Season 10, and I'm generally just over it. I haven't written fanfiction since April, although I do love Captain America a lot, and maybe I will read a Steve Bucky fic from time to time, but it's not lame, it's cool. I'm cool. My life goal is to have sex with you probably don't need to read that part, that's fine. Friday, 24th of April, 2015. Fuck, it's been 5 months. I don't even remember writing most of this.
I don't know if Sebastian is based off the dev's teenage self. I wasn't able to find any quotes or interviews that backed up this fact, just like a lot of speculation on Reddit. If you have the source, I would love to see it. But I think we can see that even the best of us have Sebastian tendencies. It was a weird feeling reading back through my childhood diary to get those quotes. I was so bitter. At one point I got mad at my mum for congratulating another parent on their child's success because I thought that I was more impressive. I said I hated my friends a million times when I didn't. I'm still friends with all of them. I said I was lonely and I wanted to make out with someone, but I hated everyone. And I hated flirting. I wanted to go to a party and have experiences, but I couldn't talk to anyone. And no one invited me. And I hated everyone. In that diary, I asked myself over and over again, who am I? What do I want? Sometimes I make statements about who I am and what I want, but they're wrong. They're guesses. And I'm 27 now. So that was all written, over 10 years ago. Can I say now that I know who I am? Or what I want? I've only been making YouTube videos for 9 months now, and that was a huge surprise to everyone involved. So obviously I'm not great at predicting where my life will go. I still have days where I'm the most social person in the world. I reach out to all of my friends. I say, how are you? What's going on? And then I don't reply to those messages for 2 weeks. Sometimes I'm super friendly when I meet new people, life of the party, and then I can still be, the weirdo in the corner, not talking to anyone. And I think I have the right to look at Sebastian contradicting himself and criticize that. In 1855, Walt Whitman, yeah, I'm going there. In 1855, Walt Whitman first published Leaves of Grass, which included a then unnamed poem that would later be known as Song of Myself. Since called by many the greatest and most influential American poem, Song of Myself was, in its 4th edition, divided into 52 sections, thought to mirror the number of weeks in a year. There are 1,300 lines in the poem, so I'm not reading all that. Happy for you, or sorry that happened. But in the 51st section, the one before last, deep into the winter, we get this.
The past and present wilt, I have filled them, emptied them, and proceed to fill my next fold of the future. Listener up there, what have you to confide to me? Look in my face while I snuff the sidle of evening. Talk honestly. No one else hears you, and I stay only a minute longer. Do I contradict myself? Very well then, I contradict myself. I am large. I contain multitudes. I concentrate toward them that are nigh. I wait on the door slab. Who has done his day's work? Who will soonest be through with his supper? Who wishes to walk with me? Will you speak before I am gone? Will you prove already too late?
The fact that the poem is separated to reflect the number of weeks in a year makes it so it's not just a text, a complete work. It implies a certain growth to it, a development over a span of time. And I think that he accepts that. The past and the present are wilting, dying away. He's aware of how close to the end of the poem he is now, saying he stays only a minute longer, referencing him being gone, and thinks about what's coming next. In accepting contradictions, he's accepting contradictions in the poem, contradictions he will have inevitably made by a year of life passing by his opinions and worldview changing and shifting, by his thoughts arguing with themselves and changing their mind. The future and the present and the past all contradict each other. If they didn't, we wouldn't grow. We have to let the present and past wilt, become outdated and obsolete in order to get to the future. But he also contains contradictions. He contains multitudes. It's not only okay for them to exist in different periods, but both at once. He's large. We're not characters. We're people. We're just human beings, and we don't understand, most things about the human brain or the psyche or like 90% of the ocean. This statement is a lie. UFOs are real now. I've made 10 of these now. As I've said, the characters are deep, deeper than you'd think, which is why I made the videos. It's what they're for. For example, Sam. Sam is a character who loads of people think is boring and one-dimensional. I spent 2.5 hours talking about him. I feel like I bumped him up to 3 dimensions, That's 2 whole extra dimensions. You're welcome, Sam. But depth is one thing. I'm not knocking the other characters. I love their 3 dimensions. But people are harder to pin down, harder to analyze, harder to trope, harder to find a through line. We contradict ourselves. We contain multitudes. He's just a guy. He'd just be saying shit like the rest of us. Throw out the rule book. No through lines, no tropes, no certainties, no answers for you. Only nuance. Nuance forever. I'm picking these up. Don't worry. Chaos. This is kind of fun. He did say that he likes it when the rigid structures of society break down. Hello, and welcome back to my self-titled YouTube channel. Today we are taking the deepest dive into Sebastian from Stardew Valley. We are going to take a second pass here, a double take if you will, because I want to talk about certain themes: identity, contradiction, isolation, connection. It's funny how it kind of spells out ick. I'm giving him the ick. I'm structuring the video in this way because there genuinely was a point during my research and writing process where Sebastian just got busted wide open for me. I can't thank enough the people who left me those comments on Patreon. If you'll allow me a very brief moment to plug it. I've been making an entirely separate video alongside this video about the making of it, every step of the process, conception, writing, trying to find a good outfit, practicing my makeup, my thoughts about Sebastian as they change, my worries. I've gone slightly insane. I keep getting more ambitious with it. I wanted to find somewhere deep in the woods that vaguely looked like Twilight, where no one would see me acting weird. And I succeeded, I think. Oh. Nature. So I will be uploading that to Patreon when it's finished. And this video also took me a really long time. I could easily have split it into 2 parts, but I really didn't want to. I wanted to make it one big experience, I guess. But then that will probably mean, I have a bit of a rough month financially. So if you feel like supporting me, that would be really, really appreciated. The link to my Patreon is in the description. I do post on there. I post on there a lot.
If you have any requests, I know all the songs from Hamilton, which probably isn't surprising. Yeah, it was literally like a before and after. I had this huge perspective shift on Sebastian. So I wanted to kind of represent that because of how vocal I've been on how I don't like him. I didn't feel like I could just come in here and make this video with all of these like based Sebastian opinions. Wanted to take you on the same journey I went on. But I get him now. Oh boy, do I get him now.
Hey, what's up? Just hanging out in this grave, you know, regular day for me.
So we're gonna take it back now, y'all, to when we first met Sebastian. To recap, his first meeting dialogue was, "Oh, you just moved in, right? Cool. Out of all the places you could live, you chose Pelican Town?" I'm still doing the voice. That's not gonna stop. I'm gonna do that forever. I've still got my mug. Oh, it took me so long to put those things on the wall that my coffee went cold. As I said, these lines are him not being interested in you, being aloof. But then with his Zero Hearts dialogue, he has a mix of still being aloof and uninterested, with lines such as, "What? I didn't hear you. I'm busy thinking about something. What do you want?" But he also asks you questions like, "So, it's the big harvest season, isn't it?" And he shares these like deep thoughts with you, like, "I was thinking, people are like stones skipping over the water. Eventually we're going to sink." And I posed the question of, why is he doing this? Why, interspersed among telling you to go away, does he share these personal sentiments with you? Are these his real thoughts and feelings? Is this him trying to be your friend? Or is this him trying to freak you out and push you away? On a second pass, I feel like this comes down to our themes: identity, isolation, connection, contradiction. I think I said them in a different order that time. First thing, Sebastian is kind of an apathetic guy when we meet him. Sure, he has his freelance work and he rides his bike around, but he has no real plans. He's kind of defeatist. Robin says, "Sometimes I worry about Sebastian. He doesn't have many friends and doesn't really seem to care about his future very much. I would talk to him about it, but he never opens up to me. He doesn't care about his future." He says, "What's the point of going outside? I've already seen it all." So we see here a kind of explanation for his apathy. He's seen it all. What's the point? He knows what's out there. What's the point in caring about his future? He knows how it'll go. What would have been the point of going to college? He would have just ended up in the corporate rat race. He's got that very teenage mindset of thinking he knows everything. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. The less you know about the world, the more you think you know. Or as a scholar once put it, how can a person know everything at 18 and nothing at 22? It's me writing in my teenage diary that everything everyone did to me was like a slight and they were all terrible. He's so confident in his worldview. And we see this in other lines of dialogue. "I definitely don't want to go swimming, if that's what you're going to ask. Oh, you just stopped to say hi? Sorry." We see here the assumption from him that you were going to ask him to go swimming. Basically, I think he just pegs you as someone uninteresting. The very first thing he says to you is, "Out of all the places you could live, you chose Pelican Town." He's judging that decision. He thinks that that makes you like everyone else here. Boring. If you moved to this place that he hates, you must be like the people here. There's nothing you can do to surprise him. Nothing you as a person can offer him. We're going to make our way through these. Regardless of this, why is he so hot and cold? Second thing, I made a comparison to Shane because, of course I did, that's my man. Shane will openly tell you, "Go away, leave me alone." But Sebastian's more rude lines are kind of subtext. "Need something? I don't really know you." So if he doesn't think you have anything to offer him, why doesn't he just push you away entirely, like Shane does? Why does he couch it in a little bit of social nicety? Why does he sometimes tell you his deep thoughts? We talked a second ago about how he thinks he knows everything. I think this is key to his contradictory nature. He's not out here being like, "Oh, I haven't decided whether I like the cold weather yet. I'm still on the fence." He's out here with his whole chest saying both, "I don't feel the cold," and "It's kind of cold." He's saying he's going to move to the city when everyone knows he would hate it there. He thinks he knows what he wants, even if he changes his mind about it like 8 times a day. He's going to commit to it. So when he blows you off, that's what he wants to do in that moment. And when he opens up to you, that's what he wants to do in that moment. We contain multitudes. It's not a binary switch of introvert, extrovert, always quiet, always friendly. We have moods. We change. But I think that's why he doesn't totally tell you to fuck off. Shane knows what he wants. He wants to be left alone. 100%. Categorically. Go away. I will pay you money to leave me alone. It's not going to work, babe, sorry. But Sebastian, part of him knows that he doesn't want to burn that bridge completely with you because later he might change his mind. He might want to have a little chat. He might be in the mood for it. What he wants changes so often, he kind of subconsciously limits how rude he is to you, so he doesn't completely push you away. So he leaves that option open in the future.
Third thing, identity. Another Zero Hearts line is, I don't really have anything to say. I still don't know you very well. He doesn't really have anything to say. This is where I'm going to get kind of messy with it, but the opposite of that is having something to say. And like, I have autism, so my concept of social interactions is very flawed. But like, that's not really how it works, right? In theory, you don't need to have something to say. You just kind of talk. But as we've covered, that's hard for Sebastian. He's quiet. He's reserved. He struggles to think of things to say in conversation. And he needs to be really close to someone to let there be silence. So since he can't think of anything, he shuts down the conversation. But other times, he can think of something to say. And so he does. Everyone is so happy in the sun. I don't get it. I usually only go outside after dark. Does that sound weird to you? So these kind of seemingly random statements he makes at Zero Hearts are telling us a lot about his personality, his vibe. He's a gloomy inside boy. Gloomy dark inside night boy. I feel like it's an identity thing. I feel like he feels this pressure that every single thing he says to you has to like contribute to his identity, to his vibe, how he's perceived by you. If we return to my teenage diary, which is an absolutely insane thing to say. Wait, let me get it. Today at dinner, I had a small moment where I freaked out at the fact that people like me. Like, why? I just say things. They're never really any good. And liking someone puts a lot of pressure on them. So it's really the first page. So this was the thought process of, oh God, I'm perceived by others. The random things that I say and don't always think through are like slowly building this picture of me in other people's minds. And that's never going to match who I actually am. And it's different in every person I know. And I can never know what it looks like. And now there's this pressure every time I open my mouth to maintain this identity that I've crafted, to meet these invisible, unknowable expectations from everyone around me that cares about me. In other words, the unspeakable existential horror of being perceived. Sometimes Sebastian can come up with a statement that contributes to this identity he's curating for himself. He'll comment on the weather, he'll comment on dinner or something. But I feel like this is where we get these more intimate details. I snuck into the caves last night and got a nasty cut from a rock crab. Don't tell anyone, okay? I was this close to moping in bed the entire day. Kind of wish I had now. He wants to be seen as like a kind of daredevil, telling you this secret, even though you aren't friends. He wants you to see him as some cool, apathetic guy who might have just spent the entire day in bed. And if we return to the most edgelord of quotes, I was thinking, people are like stones skipping over the water. Eventually we're going to sink. So this is also an attempt to curate that identity. Sounds super poetic, super dark, grungy. He's thinking it will make you go, oh, Sebastian, he's so mysterious. Which it definitely does for some people. But if we look at the statement literally, stones skipping across the water can only go so far, only have so much momentum before they sink. In other words, he can't keep this up. He can't only speak when he's decided that whatever he's going to say is the right thing to say. He's going to run out of steam eventually. He's going to sink. I don't think his desire to curate his identity is like a selfish, narcissistic kind of thing. I think we all do it to different extents. And it's actually a way of like seeking connection. He doesn't realize he's doing it, but in establishing his identity to you, he's trying to find things in common with you. He asks you this question. I was up until 3 reading this new book. Do you read, player? Trying to essentially measure his identity against yours. I feel like this is why, you know, like as a teenager, I was always wearing a Supernatural or a Doctor Who t-shirt. Hobbies and interests as an easy way to find common ground, especially if you have anxiety. And if you have something in common with Sebastian, if you replied to that question and you say sci-fi and fantasy, he keeps talking to you. You gain friendship points. You connect briefly. If you don't, you lose friendship points. And he says, everyone's different, meaning you two are different to each other. Isolation, identity, connection, contradiction. I'm going to stop doing that. Let's move on. I forgot to say thank you to my friend Emma for letting me borrow your jumpsuit. She said to tag her as my stylist, but I don't know how to do that on YouTube. So when we talked about the 2 Heart scene, I talked about the cognitive dissonance I thought he was having. This need to like huff copium and tell you that he didn't go to college because he didn't want to be in the corporate rat race, instead of the harsh reality that he didn't go because he couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle all the people. But if we look at this scene again, it's not actually cognitive dissonance at all. You know, if I'd gone to college, I'd probably be making 6 figures right now, but I just don't want to be part of that corporate rat race, you know? Well, and I guess I just feel more comfortable hidden behind the computer than dealing with people face to face. He tells you both things. He lets them exist at once because they're not contradictions. He sees them both as reasons he didn't go to college. One might be more significant than the other, but he's not flat out pretending it's got nothing to do with his anxiety. And we can understand these lines of dialogue better now, why he's saying this to you.
identity. The first line is kind of cringe, saying, oh, I could be making loads of money, but ideologically, this is how I'm aligned. I don't care about making six figures. I care about my independence. And then he kind of amends that with the second line, realizes, oh, that's not fully representative of my identity. That makes me come across a way that I don't want. So he adds the second line, curating that image in your mind, thinking about how you perceive him. And this kind of goes for the boundaries thing, right? We said, arguably Sebastian should be saying, no, Mum, don't come in my room. No, Abby, I'm working. It makes me feel really disrespected when you just disregard my job like that. No, Sam, I don't want to go out today. He should be the one enforcing his boundaries instead of just complaining that they're being violated. But number one, he doesn't know what he wants. Number two, he's still thinking about that perception. He's absolutely not in a mature enough place to be able to communicate openly like this. When you're young, you just complain about your friends to your other friends and never confront them. Well, that's what I did anyway. He doesn't want confrontation. He doesn't want to be challenged. He can maintain his sense of self here by just being really annoyed about it. And so he says to you, I like having friends. I just need a lot of time alone to balance out the social stuff. Sam's the opposite. He goes crazy if he's alone for too long. Maybe that's why I like computers so much. They're engaging, straightforward, and unselfish. Quite the opposite of a lot of people I know. This kind of puzzled me for a while because I can't pick out the intention here. Straightforward, I feel like could be a dig at Maru and her attention-grabbing scam. Unselfish could be about Sam wanting to hang out even though Sebastian doesn't. But engaging? Who is he calling boring? But that's the thing, right? Intention. There's no real intention. His dialogue isn't the kind of dialogue to be picked apart and be like, this word is carefully chosen to refer to this character. The only intention is to look cool in front of you. He's not saying each of these descriptive words is carefully chosen to refer to someone in my life. He's saying the people I know are hard to be around sometimes. And I think they'd be easier to be around if they were more engaging, more straightforward, and less selfish. Maybe he's hoping that you can surprise him and be those things after all, laying out his desires for a friendship or a relationship. Maybe it's a representation of his independence, how he feels different to everyone else in the town. He describes Sam and the people he knows as opposite. It's that attitude of, everyone sucks but me. This is why I have a hard time around people, not my own flaws. And again, we see the contradictions because he admitted his own flaws about preferring to be behind a screen just a few moments ago, but here he is kind of blaming other people again. It's not that he hides behind a screen because it's more comfortable than being face to face like he literally just said. It's because computers are engaging, straightforward, and unselfish. Quite the opposite of a lot of people he knows. Oh, I took some pain with that. I've got to be more careful, man. I'm not going to get my security deposit back. But are the people he knows the opposite of engaging, straightforward, and unselfish? Let's return to another previous question of mine. Who's in the wrong here? Big section here. Let's get it all out in the open. Let me know if all the visual information is getting overwhelming. And I said he was doing too much. So we'll do the friendships first. Sam and Abby. They both want to hang out with him, but he doesn't want to. Because he doesn't want to go outside. And because he's working. Who's in the wrong here? No one. This is a classic situation. This is a situation I was in a million times as a teenager. People want to hang out with me, and I can't be bothered. It was only at age 25 that I started responding to people asking me to hang out with things like, sorry, I'm tired today, or my mental health is bad, or I haven't had a shower, or I can't be bothered. Instead of I'm sick, which was a lie, or my mum said no, which was also a lie, or, just making up some kind of excuse. You have an introvert friend and an extrovert friend, and the introvert friend is either going to have to turn down the extrovert friend a bunch, or do a bunch of stuff they don't want to do. And the introvert friend thinks that to say, I don't want to go outside today isn't a good enough excuse. So they just come up with something else or they ignore it. The extrovert friend just wants to see their friend. They've only ever heard excuses. So they don't know that their introvert friend sometimes just doesn't want to go outside. Something I try to remind myself is that the best excuse is the truth. I'd get really stressed out because I didn't want to hang out with my friends because my mental health was bad, but I didn't feel like that was a good enough reason. So I would just make something up and that would stress me out in itself. But you can just tell the truth. People will understand. If it's a good enough reason for you not to go, then it's a good enough reason. But Sebastian obviously doesn't realise that yet because he's still in the midst of this identity crisis. Abby probably should have respected his job a bit better. But for all we know, Robin said, oh, he's working today. And Abby said something like, okay, I'll pop by later. Meaning after work. Or maybe she's seen him take breaks from work before. It's easy to see someone in a work from home job and think that they're just open to hang out, open to interruption. She's definitely not the first person to make that mistake. I can tell you that from experience. But Sebastian won't correct her. And so he creates this dynamic where in his head, his friends are walking all over him, violating his boundaries, when to his friends, they're just being normal. So who's in the wrong? No one. They're young. They'll figure it out. It's a complex dynamic, but ultimately not one that really affects a friendship in a huge way or like says anything about the power dynamic. It's just miscommunication. Okay. Now we're going to talk about his family. I just went for a wee and I had to take this entire thing off. I take back my thanks, Emma. Okay. Let's talk about his family dynamic. I've been skirting around this for a while now, but it's because I wanted to kind of cover everything at once in this section. Quick recap. Robin is his mum. Maru, half-sibling. Demetrius, stepdad. Demetrius has no dialogue about Sebastian. Sebastian has multiple lines complaining about Demetrius, saying he shouldn't tell him what to do and that he favours Maru. I built a snow goon, but Demetrius made me get rid of it. Yet Maru's cute little snowman goes unharmed. Ridiculous. Demetrius has a book in his room about being a step-parent. Robin comes into Sebastian's room in this scene, despite knowing that he doesn't like it. She calls him Sebi. She worries about him in dialogue. She smells his ashtrays. She wants to talk to him, but he never opens up to her. Sebastian says he was close to screaming at her, but didn't. If you tell him not to smoke during the 10 Heart scene, he says you sound like his mum. He also says at the Feast of the Winter Star that spending time with family is tiring sometimes. Look, I have come around on Sebastian. I said originally that I think he takes his family for granted. He's spoiled. He's entitled. He's a hypocrite. And I don't think that anymore. But I'm also not going to say that he's a poor little baby with a mean, neglectful stepdad and a smothering mother and a golden child for a sister. Because I don't think that's true either. Who's in the wrong here? No one. It's a family. It's a family dynamic. It's complicated. We have no idea what Demetrius and Sebastian's relationship is like. All we know is that Demetrius has a book about step-parenting and Sebastian complains about him. But Sebastian complaining about him doesn't mean that Demetrius only treats him badly. Sebastian doesn't have any lines being like, oh, my mum did this really nice thing for me. He doesn't have any complaints about her either, really, but it's not like his dialogue includes both good and bad. Demetrius annoys him. He vents to you. Demetrius doesn't annoy him. He says nothing. You only hear the bad. Because of course you do. That's natural. We have a bias towards the negative. People are more likely to leave a Google review if they have a bad experience. If something goes as planned, if something goes normally, you don't comment on it. You barely even notice. I think personally that Demetrius tried. Robin says she wants to talk to Sebastian, but he doesn't open up to her. And he likes his mum. So how do you think it went if Demetrius tried to talk to Sebastian? So Sebastian wants to have things in common with people. At Four Hearts, he says, last night, I saw a group of bats flying around near the lake. I guess maybe they're feeding on the mosquitoes this time of year. He's guessing about bats by the lake when his stepdad literally studies bats on your farm and spends a bunch of time gathering data by the lake. It would be the easiest thing in the world for Sebastian and Demetrius to connect about this. Demetrius broadcasts his interests very clearly. Everyone knows he's the scientist guy. So it's on Sebastian, the more private one, to approach him for that connection. And he doesn't. And that's fine. He's obviously got a lot of mixed feelings about Demetrius. He's got that line, who does Demetrius think he is? Telling me what to do. He's not even my real father. Like, the fact that Demetrius is his stepdad is obviously still an issue to him. It's not like he's accepted him as his dad. Even if that last quote was just him complaining, venting in a moment of anger, he still uses that fact against Demetrius. And we can understand that. Here's some stranger coming in, trying to make a connection with him, reading a book about step-parenting and thinking he can just try and replace Sebastian's dad. Like, that's a complicated dynamic. I don't think Demetrius is neglectful of Sebastian. I just don't think Demetrius knows anything about Sebastian. I don't think he ever talks to Sebastian. Obviously, he's going to talk about Maru because they work together, they talk to each other, they have a good relationship, but Sebastian wants Demetrius to leave him alone. And Demetrius is doing that. If we come back to my question of, do you want attention or not? He obviously feels neglected. His synopsis says he feels like he's being left to rot. Maru gets all the attention. And he has a 6-heart line. I like winter, but I do feel bad for all the cold animals out there. I guess they're used to it though. Like me. So he's an animal out in the cold. It's fucking emo as hell. But we can see that he feels neglected. He feels left out. He feels forgotten. Left to freeze. Left to rot. He craves that attention. But Robin says he doesn't talk to her. Maru says he doesn't talk to her. They both want a connection with him. They've both tried, but he doesn't give them anything. I think these contradictory feelings are very relatable. I want attention. Oh, not like that. He shuts himself in his room and he's like, okay, I'm shutting myself in my room now. No one bother me. Don't you dare pay attention to me. There's a disconnect there. between them. Maru's friendly, she gets on with her parents, but Sebastian is anxious. None of them know how to engage with him on terms that he wants. Robin is trying. Robin says that she knows that he doesn't like it when she goes in his room. She tells Abby that he's working, but then she also goes in his room anyway. She tries to talk to him, and she worries about him. She's torn between these two approaches because Sebastian's needs are so unclear, so contradictory. She doesn't know what to do. She doesn't understand him. Basically, he's a teenager / young adult. His identity is changing. He doesn't know what he wants. He knows he wants attention, but he doesn't know what kind or how to get it. And so he shuns it. He blames Maru. He calls her attention grabbing. Demetrius isn't his real dad. His mum is overbearing. No one is in the wrong. It's quite a realistic family dynamic. The parents torn between continuously trying to engage with a child who claims they want to be left alone or just leaving them alone. Sebastian resenting Maru and Demetrius because he thinks they've made him an outsider in his own family. We saw before that Sebastian described Sam as opposite to him. He's a guy who feels so different to everyone around him. When you have anxiety, it's so much easier to just isolate yourself. Problem solved. I love nuance. No one's in the wrong. Everyone's trying their best. So with the Four Hut scene, we talked a lot about trope, about this persona. He's out here in the open, working on the bike, hoping you'll come across it. It's like when pickup artists wear like a weird hat or something. It's like an icebreaker. But as I realised in my big awakening, he doesn't have to fit into one trope. Sure, literally all of the other characters do. But Sebastian's identity is messy. It's still forming. He straddles genre. And that's realistic, right? People want tropes. We take a little from column A, a little from column B, C, D, etc. You can play basketball and sing.
It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing.
I guess, so if I was going to come up with like a formula for the romanceable NPCs, I would say that it's like trope-led, and then you find out the gooey insides that are subversive or deep. Alex is a macho jock, but he's got a soft little heart. He's got trauma. Elliot is this pretentious writer, but he's deeply insecure. Maru is this whiz kid, but when it comes to things other than science, she's not got a clue. And that's how you build characters, right? That's one strategy to developing characters, is that you start with an archetype and then you kind of go off of that and you make it your own. And Sebastian's gooey inside is that he doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know what he wants. He's just saying shit. So it makes sense that in terms of trope, he's got kind of a more hazy outline. He doesn't fit neatly into a box. He can't easily be pinned down. And that's kind of by design because he can't easily pin himself down. So I don't think the bike is like just a performative thing. It definitely factors in that curation of his image and identity. Even if he loves the bike, loves working on it, loves riding it, he knows it makes him look cool. He knows. Even if he's addicted to smoking and wants to quit, or does it to avoid people, or does it because he's stressed, he knows it makes him look cool. Not that it does. It doesn't make him look cool. Don't do it. You can enjoy things and also be aware of how they make you look. I love Shane. I know how that makes me look. Depressed. And I'm okay with that because it lines up with how I want to be perceived. You knowing that I'm a Shane girly is something that I'm happy for you to know. But there's a bunch of stuff about myself that I won't mention to you because it doesn't line up with how I want to be perceived. And that doesn't make my interest in Shane performative, even though I'm doing it publicly. I'll see you later, honey. So maybe he's doing a little too much. But aren't we all? I'm doing too much right now. So I do agree with what I said about how this scene, he's kind of hot and cold. The blue tint is so significant. His theme plays, Echoes. If we listen to the song, we can see that the title is meaningful because the song essentially echoes. I'm going to do the thing now that I find most annoying about my own personality, so apologies in advance. We are going to look at the definition of the word echo. This is something I do every day, at least like 5 times a day. Like I read fanfiction, I'm like, what does that word mean? And then I look at the definition. You know the word keens? Keens? Everyone uses it wrong. It technically means crying because someone's dead, but everyone in fanfiction uses it for smut. As like a moan. I don't really care either way, to be honest. You can keep using it for that, I don't care. What even are words? Wow, a writer who's interested in words. Groundbreaking. Anyway, so we have 2 main definitions of the word echoes.
First, a sound or sounds caused by the reflection of sound waves from a surface back to the listener. The walls threw back the echoes of his footsteps. Second, a close parallel to an idea, feeling, or event. His love for her found an echo in her own feelings. So it's either a reflection of something or something that expresses common characteristics. Sebastian is sharing with you in the time that the blue tint is happening. He's essentially making a noise, hoping to hear it echoed back to him, hoping that by throwing out his real feelings, he'll get them reflected back, that you'll feel something or share something that echoes them. Is that too much? So he starts off cold, he starts off normal, he says, hi, this is my motorbike. And then he's hot. He expresses these genuine emotions. Then he's cold again. He says, I can take you for a ride sometime. And yeah, I don't think it's a real offer. I think he's maybe feeling vulnerable after sharing so much. He's trying to re-establish the image of himself, offering to take you for a ride. He's got what you want. He's in control. And whatever you answer doesn't affect friendship because he doesn't care what you think about his bike, really. He cares what you think about the emotions he just threw at you. And you haven't echoed them back to him because you are the player in Stardew Valley who is essentially mute, but you also haven't rejected him or made fun of him. Or maybe that's why he closes back up again, because you don't say anything. Because he wanted that echo and he didn't get it. I don't know, but either way, we can see him reaching out to you, still trying to establish some common ground between you, but still not finding any. Like we said about his family, he wants attention, he wants connection, he just doesn't know what kind or how to get it. We talked about his four-heart dialogue and said about his perception of Maru, wondering whether he sees everyone as having some kind of persona for their own gain, and he's just joining in. But I think we've kind of covered that. He's presented with a reality, Maru getting on better with their parents. Instead of letting it be an unknown, something that puzzles him, Sebastian thinks he knows everything, decides that she's an attention-grabbing scammer. I don't know if he sees everyone this way, as having a persona. Maybe it changes depending on who or what he's talking about. But even though Sebastian is a boy of many contradictions, he doesn't like them. He can't live with the idea that he wants attention, but he's also pushing it away. The only thing that makes sense to him is that Maru is stealing the attention from him. Our next question was, what is he looking for? So he guesses at his feelings. He guesses a lot. I have a document with all of his dialogue in it from the text files, and he says the word guess 13 times. Guess, 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 guess. R.I.P. Sebastian, you would have loved Brat. So yeah, we see again that he's not able to live with any kind of uncertainty. He says shit with his whole chest, even if it's wrong. He doesn't say, I don't know. He guesses. He likes to think he knows everything about the world. Any gaps, he can fill them in. And this is kind of a flaw because how is he going to realize that he doesn't know what he wants if he just guesses at it? How is he going to realize he doesn't understand his feelings if he just guesses what they are? We'll come back to this in the 10 Heart scene, but the idea of the city to Sebastian is such a green light on the end of the dock vibe. So, if I remember my A-levels correctly, in The Great Gatsby, Gatsby's in love with Daisy. He buys the house across the lake from her, but he never tries to talk to her. He knows which one her house is. It has a green light at the end of the dock. He spends years just staring at that light, having hope, thinking about what could be. And then Nick Carraway shows up and fucks everything up. Makes him talk to her. The green light has no significance anymore after that. The colossal significance of that light had now vanished forever. Now it was again a green light on a dock. And I don't want to spoil a 100-year-old book for you, but after Gatsby meets Daisy, things do not go uphill for him. He placed so much expectation on that light, spent so long looking at it and imagining things, that when he had the chance to be with the woman he loved, he squandered it because his expectations were too high. The iconic last paragraph of the book reads, Gatsby believed in the green light, the orgastic future that year by year recedes before us. It eluded us then, but that's no matter. Tomorrow we will run faster, stretch out our arms farther, and one fine morning, so we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. Orgastic is just apparently another way to say orgasmic, like a very intense experience. So the green light is this orgastic future, this ultimate dreamlike future that can only ever exist inside your head. If you spend years chasing it, it only gets further away. The more time passes, and things and people change. It eludes you. But the sentiment at the end here is that none of this knowledge about the futility of it all will do anything to stop human nature, our nature to hope and chase. We'll just wake up tomorrow and try again, hoping that one of these days, one fine morning, we'll catch it. We're boats against the current. We're fighting the passage of time. We're stuck in the past. We can't move on. Basically, the green light is bullshit. Never gonna happen, buddy. Don't spend all your time maladaptive daydreaming about your ex-girlfriend. Go talk to her or move on. Fiona's book reviews. So if we think about Sebastian, he's blazing along the empty stretch of road towards the faint city glow. Once he's saved up enough, he's going to make it there. Totally. He keeps a distance from it. He doesn't visit the city. He watches it from afar. He doesn't have enough money to move there yet, but he could walk around. He could get the vibe, but he doesn't. He's got this idealized view of the city in his head, of his life there, and he doesn't want to ruin that by actually going there. Because what if he doesn't like it? Even if he does like it, it's more enjoyable to just imagine. He doesn't want to shatter the illusion. So, what is he looking for when he drives to the city and back? The orgastic future. Hope. I put these up here randomly. I didn't mean for it to be like slowly moving this way, but it's a happy accident. So, I agree with everything I said about the Six Heart scene. Except when I said this scene isn't doing anything crazy. And sure, that's true. From the player's perspective. Ooh. But let's think about this scene from Sebastian's perspective, with everything that we've discussed. So at the start of the scene, you can pick which character you want to play. If you pick the warrior, Sam wanted to be that, so he kind of grumbles, like, oh, I guess I'm stuck with the healer. If you pick the wizard, Sebastian is usually the wizard, but he doesn't grumble. He doesn't complain. He smiles. He seems pleased that you have something in common. As we've said, he's always curating this image, looking to connect with someone, looking for things in common, but never finding it. But here, you have something in common, and then you sit and play the whole game with them, and you're good at it. He says at the end it took him 2 or 3 tries to finish his first scenario, but here you are doing it first time. He's impressed. This thing he's interested in, you're interested in too. More things in common. We said he thinks he knows everything. What's the point in going outside? I've seen it all. Nothing can surprise him. But you surprise him here. You're not just some normie. You're like him. Something I noticed with Sebastian is that he has a lot of dialogue talking about different people's tastes. If you take him to a movie he doesn't like, he says, it's probably a fine movie for the target audience, but it's just not for me. If he asks you what kind of books you read or what you do in your spare time, and you answer anything other than sci-fi and comic books, he'll say, oh yeah? Not really my thing, but everyone's different, I guess. And he's got a Six Heart line, everyone is so happy when it's sunny out. Different people like different things, I guess. He does have lines complaining about people liking different things to him. Pumpkin spice this, pumpkin spice that. Man, I do get sick of these seasonal fads. But you know, overall, I get this sense that he's very aware of how different his tastes are to everyone else's. My desires are unconventional. He hasn't found anyone in his life, ever, that he has much in common with. He assumes things about you when he meets you based on past experience. He assumes you'll be like everyone else. But he's still asking you these questions. What do you read? How do you spend your free time? As a way of still trying to find that connection. He might think he's given up, but he hasn't. The whole process of painstakingly curating his identity, how he's perceived, is for the goal of seeking connection with someone like him. He's broadcasting a signal, hoping to get something back, much like an echo. And here in the Six Heart, he does. Finally, he lets you surprise him. He realizes you have more in common than he thought. And he likes that. As we mentioned, he explicitly calls you his friend at Six Hearts, and he has this line of dialogue. I've been reading a book about a farmer. Reminds me a lot of you, actually. Sorry if that creeps you out. So I've talked about how he thinks he knows everything. About you, about the world, about the outside. He's not curious. He's kind of defeatist. But here with this line, I think we see that start to change. He's reading a book about a farmer. There's no way that's a coincidence. No way he didn't deliberately start reading that book because of you. Because he has an interest in you. A curiosity. A desire to know more. Maybe he doesn't know everything about everything. Maybe there are still things he can learn. Maybe there's still a chance for him to form meaningful relationships and be happy. But he's starting off small. He's just reading a book. He's also a lot more willing to hang out with you. At Four Hearts, he said, hey, don't let me stop you from getting your work done. If you aren't busy, I don't mind if you stick around. But here at Six Hearts, he says, hey, I'm glad you stopped by. How have you been coping with this heat? I like your new boots. Your hair looks nice today. Do you want to hang out for a while? He's glad you stopped by. He finds something to talk to you about. He asks you to hang out. He gives you the gender-based compliment. Overall, he's finding it a lot easier to engage with you and finding that he wants to. He gives you that little compliment as like a bid for connection. When previously he's been passively seeking connection through things like his identity, he's now actively seeking it. He wants to spend time with you. So I want to return to Abigail. Cup of tea acquired.
Mug reloaded. So I want to return to Abigail. Sebastian says at Six Hearts, "You and Sam are probably my only friends in this town." As opposed to his Two Heart line, "Sam is probably my only friend in this town." Well, Abby is nice too, but, never mind. So, 2 things here. Number 1, he doesn't describe her as his friend, seemingly because he has a crush on her. Like that line was gonna end, Abby is nice too, but she's not really a friend, I just like being around her because I fancy her. Type beat. 2, when you get to Six Hearts with him, that is now erased from the sentiment. He doesn't say, "You two are my only friends, Abby's nice too." It's just you and Sam. I feel like, hear me out, Abby is his green light at the end of the dock. Abby is his manic pixie dream girl. They don't spend a bunch of time together, but he wants her in the band. They aren't close. They don't talk about each other. Abigail says when you're married and you piss her off that they were very good friends. Come on, babe, that's just a lie to make me jealous. You're just trying to hurt my feelings, aren't you? Take a chocolate cake and go. He's not friends with her because he has a crush on her. Marius says she wonders if Sebastian will ever have the courage to ask her out. He's scared of her, or at least she makes him anxious. She is the city.
The city.
If he knew her better, he might not like what he found. If he got closer to her, he would have to open himself up too. She's another example of something he holds as an idea in his mind, preferring to live in that reality. He never puts himself out there. He never breaks the illusion. So when he gets to Six Hearts with you, when you're forming a real friendship and maybe he's starting to develop some feelings for you, he doesn't need that anymore. That crush. He's becoming more interested in the tangible world around him than the fantasies inside his head. And it kind of sucks that he thinks of Abby that way. Like I said, it's a bit manic pixie dream girl, turning a woman into an idea instead of engaging in her interests or listening to her. It's very 500 Days of Summer. But I think we're all guilty of this to some extent. That's kind of just what a crush is, liking the idea of someone before you know them. At least he keeps it to himself. At least he lets it go at this point. If we return to another Six Hearts line, I was so close to screaming at Mum for throwing away my old comic collection, but something stopped me. With age comes wisdom. So he assumes that it's age that's mellowed him out. It's interesting how much in this video we've talked about time passing. If we compare our 2 previous references, the Walt Whitman poem and The Great Gatsby, we've got 2 kind of opposing viewpoints. The past and present will. I have filled them, emptied them, and proceed to fill my next fold of the future. So we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. Whitman is saying that the past is to be filled, consumed, used up for the purpose of reaching the future. Nick Carraway, the narrator of The Great Gatsby, is saying that we're stuck in this endless cycle of reliving our memories, always looking backwards, only looking forwards if it's towards a future that doesn't exist. If we think about contradictions again, basically in The Great Gatsby, from what I can remember, Gatsby spent all that time thinking, "Oh, Daisy will come here and live with me in this big house. I bought it for her. That's my future." But when he gets her, she wants to run away together. And that's why he fucks up, by not just accepting that, by trying to force his idea of the future to come true. It's a contradiction to him. Sure, he's got her, but she doesn't want to live in his big house. He bought it for her. He decorated it with her in mind. She doesn't love it and want to live there? It doesn't make sense. He's trying to resolve the contradiction. Whereas someone like Walt Whitman, by the way, I literally know nothing about him. They don't teach him to us in England. I haven't studied him, so sorry if I'm wrong. He's like, fuck it, bro. Past is gone. Future's coming, and it's looking bright. Sebastian is a guy who thinks he knows everything. He thinks his current personality will be his personality forever. I don't think he expects to grow or change at all, because that would imply learning something new. And he knows everything. So the fact that he went to scream at his mum, had that urge, and then had the urge to stop, and actually did stop, says something. We can assume that screaming at her is something he would have done in the past, based off him saying, "With age comes wisdom," like he would have done that when he was younger. In stopping, he let himself change. And he's introspective. He's thinking about that change. The same as the curiosity he has for the player. His rigidity is loosening. He's willing to give the outside world a chance again, to learn new things. You've surprised him. Maybe he can surprise himself. When you move in with Sebastian, he has a line. "Hey, I was just thinking about my old room in the basement. I felt comfortable there, but this is a lot more interesting." So there's the push and pull for him of comfortable versus interesting. Thinking he knows everything is comfortable. Living inside his head is comfortable. Fantasizing about Abigail and the city is comfortable. Getting to know you is interesting. Learning more about himself is interesting. Moving out is interesting. But those things were never worth it before. The anxiety, having to put himself out there, deal with uncertainties and the unknown. But the connection he's found with you makes it worth it. Cute. And so we return here to the 8 heart scene. I have so much to say about this scene. I had to really try and keep it together in order to do the whole bait and switch thing. I think I just talked about the weather the whole time. But like, who cares if he likes the outdoors or the gloom? They're just personality quirks. Sometimes I like rain, sometimes I hate rain. Whatever, man. Who cares? The 8 heart scene is so short, I feel like we should quickly recap it because we're gonna break it down. By the way, I'm sorry if it seems like sometimes I like repeat quotes and things. Personally, I have such a bad memory. I like to be refreshed. So it's not that I'm like trying to pad things out. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. If you go to the beach on a rainy day, Sebastian is standing at the end of the dock, looking out at the water. The player approaches and he turns around, says your name like a question. You walk closer and he says he's surprised to find you out here in the rain. You stand next to him and both look out at the water for a while. He says, "Look at those dark clouds looming over the horizon. I hope they come this way." He likes this weather because it makes everyone disappear. Being around people makes him anxious. But he doesn't feel that way around you. He's stressed, then says, "You're getting soaked." He puts up an umbrella and says, "There's room for 2. The player moves closer, under the umbrella. We fade to black. So he says he's surprised to see you out here. Again, we see he's surprised you have something in common. He assumed everyone would be different to him. He's at the end of the dock, much like the green light. I'm just saying. He says he wants the dark clouds to approach. We can assume that this is because they have rain in them, and he wants it to keep raining, because he says he likes this weather. It makes people disappear. People make him anxious. But not you. And we can see that with how much silence is in this scene, how you're spending time together without an activity. We said before that he does things with people. He has band practice and Solarian with Sam. Like pure unfiltered time with someone is hard for him. At Full Hearts, he was still anxious, thinking about what he was going to say to you. But now he's comfortable with you, enough to stand there quietly next to you and say nothing. Let that silence happen. Then he lets you under his umbrella, says there's room for 2. He's a very isolated guy. He's kind of a loner. But now he's inviting you in. And look, I don't know if this is anything, but in Stardew Valley, when it rains, there's kind of a blue tint over the screen. Makes everything look a bit dreary and cool-toned. So that's present in the 8 heart scene. And arguably, it's the same tint that comes across the screen in the 4 heart scene. Not for sure, because I haven't like analysed the hex codes or anything. But I feel like it's thematically relevant for sure. A parallel. In the 4 heart scene, the tint came over the screen when he was being vulnerable with you. When he was shedding his like persona, opening up to you. But here in the 8 heart scene, that tint is there the whole time because he's doing it the whole time. And I think it calls back to the 4 heart scene as well because it's like symbolically he's at 4 hearts with you now. You know, if he was Alex, this would be the point where he would tell you about his dad. Sebastian's storyline has been about him like learning to give you a chance, learning to let you surprise him, to open himself up not only to you, but to the world, the possibilities. When you're bitter like he was, and let's face it, he was pretty bitter, thinking Mary's doing an attention-grabbing scam, blaming the corporate rat race, etc. There's a comfort to it. When you don't put yourself out there and you assume the worst of everything, you never get rejected. You never get challenged. You don't have to push yourself. And engaging with the world is hard. It's hard. It can be exhausting, but it's so rewarding. It's interesting. Just because he was comfortable doesn't mean he was happy. What's comfortable can be uncomfortable. We accept what we think we deserve. I don't think he's numb anymore. Do you? So now, if we finally talk about something new for the first time in presumably like an hour, at 8 hearts he has new dialogue and it's also representative of this journey. When I was younger, I'd run out to the railroad whenever I had a train coming. Whatever happened to those days? So this shows how when he was a kid, he used to get excited. He used to engage. He used to be curious and he's wondering, where did that go? Like he's nostalgic. Like he wants to get it back. Why am I grinning? I guess I've been unusually happy lately. I'm glad you showed up. I was starting to get bored. Now I feel a lot more energetic, believe it or not. So here we see directly that you make him 1, happy, and 2, energetic. He's grinning. This motherfucker, he's grinning. And he also talks about living on a farm again, showing again this desire for change, to leave behind comfort in favour of something interesting. All right, let's give this emo motherfucker the bouquet. I think he's earned it. I think he's earned it. I think so. To be fair, I did all the work.
Someday you will die.
So it's Fiona complains about the bouquet time again. We should synchronize our watches. One of Sebastian's 10 heart lines of dialogue is, you're single, right? Just wondering. But as we all know, I've talked about this in like 4 videos, you physically cannot get to 10 hearts with someone without giving them the bouquet. And when you've given someone the bouquet, the game explicitly tells you that that person is now your BFGF. So it makes no sense that he's asking you this at 10 hearts, to the point where the wiki says this. It splits the dialogue up into single and dating. That's not how it works. They haven't done that on any other wiki page, because you can't have 10 hearts and be single, because that's your boyfriend. And you could say it means single in terms of marriage, but no, it doesn't. Because for the NPCs, they can either be single, your boyfriend, girlfriend, or your husband, wife. So why wouldn't that be the same for the player? Anyway, one of his 10 heart lines is, you came here to see me. There's a 4 heart line that I didn't mention, kind of low-key trigger warning for suicidal ideation, but I actually don't think that that's what it is, but I'm just letting you know. If I just disappeared, would it really matter? Yeah, so I don't think that this is him feeling a bit jumpy, you know? Having a touch of the Shanes. I mean, it could be, but I think this was him wondering about what impact he makes on the world. He's not saying, if I disappeared, it wouldn't matter. It's a question. Would it matter? He's wondering if anyone cares about him, if anyone notices him, because he didn't feel paid attention to. He felt neglected and left to rot, and like an outsider. If he just disappeared, surely the world would just move on. But here at 10 Hearts, you've come to see him. And he recognises that, because it's not that he's neglected and ignored. His mum and sister have been trying to connect with him. Abby wanted to come over. Sam wanted to hang out. It's that his attitude has changed. So now he's able to see that attention you're paying to him. He's lost that bitterness that kind of blinkered him, and now he can appreciate how much he's cared for. Okay, 10 heart scene. Sebastian's outside his house on his motorbike. He says, hey, he was just about to head out. Hop on. He wants to show you something. The player approaches the bike, and we fade to black. We see them travelling, silhouetted by the light of the moon. Then we fade up as the player and Sebastian stand on a cliff, overlooking the distant city lights. Sebastian tells you it's Zuzu City. He comes here when he wants to get away from everything and just think. He starts smoking and asks what you think, and you get a choice. It's beautiful. It gives me a strange, sad feeling. Kind of ugly. You should quit smoking. I said it gives me a strange, sad feeling, and he blushes and says that's exactly how he feels too. He pauses for a while, then says, the city used to draw him in, but now he's finding himself happier at home in the valley. Then he says your name with a nervous look, blushes and says he's never felt anything like this with another guy before. But you're different. You know what he's trying to say, don't you? The player turns to Sebastian. He thinks, then turns to you too. Then he kisses you. We pan up to the moon, and then we fade to black. Okay, it is 3:18 on the 16th of September, and I had to record this moment because I get it now. I get it now. I get it. I get it. I get it now. Okay, what was it that made me feel this way? What was I just writing about? It was the 10 heart scene. That's a great 10 heart scene. That's a good 10 heart scene. I haven't even finished watching all of it. I was thinking about the significance of the city. How it's so far away, you know. It's very meaningful. It's very telling that he doesn't go to the city when he wants to be on his own, when he wants to think about stuff. He doesn't go to the city. He goes to this point and he just looks at it from a distance. Because, as I've probably covered, he doesn't really want to go to the city. He doesn't really want that. He just wants something. He just wants some kind of change. He just wants, you know, it's an idea for him. It's kind of green light at the end of the dock vibes. You enjoy pining after the thing more than you would enjoy having it. So I was thinking about how you're looking at the city and he asks you, what do you think? And you get the choice. And the one choice that he agrees with is if you say that it gives you a strange, sad feeling. And I was thinking about how it gives him a strange, sad feeling because it's like he knows somewhere inside him that that's not what he wants. He knows somewhere inside him that he still hasn't found what it is he wants. And it's like such a complex feeling for him to be having. Sebastian. Who am I? What's happening to me? Yeah, it's such a complex feeling for him to be having, and for him to just say, what do you think? And for you to just like name the exact feeling that he's having when he, previously has been in this thought process of thinking like, I'm such a freak, I'm a weirdo. I'm weird, I'm a weirdo. No one else in the world is like me. People all have different tastes. No one is the same as me. I'm an outlier. For him to have been on that grind set. And then for you to come out here and him to like show you this like special place that, made the screen turn blue and everything. For him to show you this special place that he does like all on his own. And for you to just immediately like get it. Of all the things in the world, you say the same thing that it makes him feel. And then when I watched this the first time, I did also get a feeling. Because after you say that to him, he does his little blushing face and he says, yeah, that's exactly how I feel too. And that got me. That got me too. Because it's like, it's all about like identity, right? And he's really struggling with that. Like it's such a mess. There's all these contradictions. There's all this complexity to it. Because that's what people are. Because that's what's realistic, right? We're messy as people. You might think you know someone one moment and the next you don't. We probably all know people who are really nice people who have like one really dodgy opinion, People contain multitudes. And it's like through all of that mess for this like one moment, you find this connection. And this one thing that you have in common. And for him, it's like a very meaningful thing. So he does his little blush. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. How long did that take? When did I record that video where I was like, I don't get it? It was a week ago. It took me a week. It only took me a week to get it. Oh, Sebastian. This is weird. I feel like I've changed. I feel like I've fundamentally... Who am I? What's my identity anymore? What's my identity? Sebastian, help me. Yeah, okay. I have to deal with this. I have to process this. Who am I? Okay, bye. Yeah. I get it. I felt something. A human emotion.
I am having, this is crazy, but I'm having feelings again. Like some kind of 14-year-old kid or something. I mean, you remember feelings, right?
Yeah, I have feelings every single day of my life.
Do you?
I have feelings every day of my life, dude. This scene just ties everything together. I know I said he has no through line and he's a messy, real person, but sometimes messy, real people have themes, okay? I have themes. I'm sure you have themes. So like I just said in the video, I think the thing that made me feel something is the way that you have this thing in common with him and it's so meaningful to him. I like how in these scenes we kind of get Sebastian's perspective, or at least it's not all about how we perceive him. It's about how he perceives you as well. In the 6-heart scene, that changed. In the 8-heart scene, it was different. And in this scene, because we've thought about how much everything means to him, we know that when he looks at that city, that makes him feel something. An emotion that he's not able to describe to you, that he's only ever been able to guess at. And he's brought you here when he only ever comes here alone. And he asks you what you think. And you just bust out with the exact right description of that feeling that he's never been able to put into words.
And I'd be like, blah, 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 giving you the exact right answer.
And that would just like shoot directly into his heart. That ultimate connection between you. No longer just hobbies, no longer just being able to be comfortable around you. You have this emotional connection too. People don't get him. Not even he gets him, but you get him. I get him. And then when he wants to confess his feelings to you, do you know what he says? You know what I'm trying to say, don't you?
He knows that you will know what he means. He doesn't even have to tell you. He's basically asking you to read his mind. And you can. He says, you know what I'm trying to say. When has Sebastian been able to say anything like that to anyone? Ever. Never, that's when. And we all know the issues I have with the 10 heart scenes in terms of, are you dating? Why sometimes does the game ask you if you feel the same and sometimes it doesn't? But with this scene, I think it makes sense that you don't get a choice. He doesn't need to ask how you feel. You know how he feels. He knows how you feel. You get each other. Get each other. I get it now. I get it now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sebastian. I still love clowning on him. My dark prince. But I get it now. You're the only one who understands him. They don't get you like I get you. Okay, let's dig into this scene though. So he doesn't invite you to go with him. It seems like he's just on the way himself and you kind of stumble upon him. So he's being spontaneous. He sees you and he kind of seizes that opportunity and says that he wants to show you something. That also kind of implies that he's been thinking about it, thinking about how he's going to confess his feelings for you. And he decided to do it in his secret little alone spot, which is cute. If we think again about the significance of the city, this orgastic future, he's bringing you here and he's telling you that he feels more at home in the valley now. So this furthers what we said before about his real, tangible relationship with you kind of overshadowing the fantasies he has in his head. The city doesn't have the same appeal because in reality, he doesn't know anything about it. It was the fantasy that had the appeal. But now he'd rather live in reality with you. And bringing you here really shows that. He's not going to be able to come to this spot again without thinking of you. In terms of the purity of the fantasy of the city, he's tainted it now. And he seems happy to do that because he doesn't need it anymore. This is a common thing in Sebastian fanfictions. Like he brings the player or whoever he's paired up with, Alex, to this spot and it's like, I've never brought anyone here before. Tee. Love it. So you get a few choices on how to respond when he asks you how you feel. I went all in on the strange sad feeling because I love that, but the scene does read kind of differently if you pick the other ones. If you say it's beautiful, he says, not exactly how I'd put it, but yeah. If you say kind of ugly, he says, oh, well maybe this wasn't the right place to bring you then. I thought you'd see the beauty in it. If you say you should quit smoking, he says, ugh, you sound like my mum. You're right though. I'm addicted to these things. It's not good. So yeah, very different vibes all round. But whatever you say, he still then goes on to say how this city used to draw him in, but now he's happier in the valley. So like you might piss him off a little bit, telling him to stop smoking, but it's not enough to make him do a 180 and just run out of there. Even if you sound like his mum, he says, you're right. Even if you don't put it how he'd put it, he says, yeah. Even if you think it's ugly, it's just not the right place to take you. Like, he gets you back. He doesn't overreact like he might have done in the past. With age comes wisdom. I'm wondering about the significance of the moon in this scene. So we see them outlined against the moon, which is a really cool shot. And then at the end, we pan to the moon and then we fade to black. You might think, oh, it's just the moon. It just looks cool. Cinematic, you know? And I agree, but I'm insane. So let me postulate. Who am I kidding? If you're still watching this video, we are in the trenches together, okay? So I read this article from the BBC about the symbolic meaning of the moon as it's been portrayed in art since like prehistoric times. Like the moon was being drawn in like cave paintings. The moon, as an aesthetic symbol, will be handed down from artist to artist, century to century, like a secret scrying crystal. A lens through which the soul of an era can be brought into mystical focus. Basically what I picked up is that there is no one meaning to the moon. Depending on the art and the artist and the time period, it can be a bunch of different stuff. Fertility, science and society, permanence, fear, inner turmoil. But the one I want to focus on is change. The waning, the waxing. It's constantly changing. It's going through this cycle. Kind of like in the Linus video, what we said about trees. You know, life, death, regrowth. So if Sebastian is standing on this cliff, looking at these lights from a distance, never able to get there, the moon is like that, but on steroids. Massive light. No way you're getting there. It hangs behind them when they're on their way to the cliff, like a backdrop, like it's waiting. And then we pan to it right at the end, meaning it was there the whole time, out of frame. Sebastian could have been looking at this symbol for change, but he chose to look at the city instead, keep the change out of view. But at the end when you kiss, his priorities have officially shifted away from the city towards that change instead of keeping everything the same. and living in his fantasy. If we go back to the 4 heart scene, that scene ends with a pan, but the pan doesn't go to the moon, it just kind of goes off. If we're being really up ourselves, which we are, we can interpret that as like, he just talked to you about the strange, sad feeling that the city gives him. The panning is trying to get to the moon, but it can't. It's like Sebastian in the 4 heart scene wants to realize what the city makes him feel, that it won't make him happy, that he needs change, but he can't get there yet in the 4 heart scene. So the panning goes nowhere. But then we do get there in the 10 heart scene. Fight me. Fight me. Drag my over-analysis of Stardew Valley out of my cold, dead hands. One more thing, I have to clown on him for a second. If we time from when he starts to try and kiss you, I'll play it in real time. It takes around 2.5 full seconds for him to kiss you. Imagine him for 2.5 seconds just being like, cringe. It's interesting how he specifically kisses you. In a lot of the 10 heart scenes, it's mutual, or you're kissing them, or if they kiss you, it's not so like dragged out like this. It feels like you're supposed to notice that he's the one making that first move. He's the catalyst for change. He's putting himself out there. It's not that he's just going along with whatever, kind of letting you take control of the relationship like he did with Sam. You know, like how he would let Sam be in charge of the band and do all the talking. He's the one in control. He's the one in control, all right. Dom energy. I've read both. It could go either way. All right, we already talked about his 10 heart dialogue, so there's nothing else to do with this welcome to the Black Parade motherfucker, except wife him up. His engagement dialogue is, in a couple days, I'm going to be living on a farm. I can't believe it. I'm happy, though. When you showed up in town, I never thought I'd be marrying you someday. Life is strange, huh? So it's about how unexpected it is, how he can't believe it, he never thought it would happen. It's like he can't process the reality of it. I think it's interesting. So the engagement dialogue works like the day you propose, you get the first piece. The day after, you get the second piece. I can't remember what happens on the third day. I think you get the first piece again. So he says, I can't believe it. I'm going to be living on a farm. I'm happy. And then you talk to him the next day. And in between those 2 times, he's been thinking about when he first met you. Because he then says, when you first showed up, I never thought I'd be marrying you. From this, we can say, you know, yeah, he didn't think he was going to be marrying you one day. He thought you were just like everyone else when you showed up. He didn't think you could surprise him. But he's been thinking about how wrong he was. He thinks about how he's happy now, and he's gone back to think about how he misjudged you at first, how he thought he knew you. He thought he knew everything. And what he comes out with is, life is strange, huh? Welcoming the strangeness. He's smiling. He's open to that surprise. He's happy that it happened. He tells you he's happy. He knows his feelings now, where he was just guessing before. And he doesn't say he's unusually happy this time. He just says he's happy. Because it's usual. Ah. Cute. Okay, I've been here a while. You've been here a while. The sun's setting outside, so I turned the lights down. I thought we'd get a bit cozy for this last bit. Got my blanket. Let's snuggle up and talk about marriage. So I'm married to Sebastian in my main save file, because when I started playing Stardew Valley again, like a year ago, when my hyperfixation renewed, I was like, okay, I've married Shane. I've married Shane twice now. I can't do that a third time. So I tried Sebastian. And I'm still married to him. We have 2 kids from my previous marriage to Emily. But my eye is wandering. I've just in general found him to be pretty boring. He would always give me like the same 3 dialogue lines. Do we have stuff in the freezer? I'm going to spend time on my own today. Maybe I'll spend today reading comic books. Great, honey. I love you so much. But he has this one married dialogue line that I thought was so cute. I got it like a year ago and I just started saying it to my husband. Hey, look at me. Never forget that I love you. You're everything to me. Now go make us some money. Like at the time I got that, I was unemployed. So I would just say that to my husband randomly. You're everything to me. Go make us some money. So that made me like Sebastian a bit more at the time. I also have to talk about his butt. When you kiss him, we see this. Oh my God. Okay. He's caked up. Look at those 2 pixels. He's been eating. He ain't skipping no meals. Okay, so when Sebastian lives with you, his room in your house is pretty similar to his basement room. He's got his couch, one of his computers, his tabletop gaming setup, some of his posters, and
this beautiful vase. Wow. What a gorgeous vase. This vase actually has an interesting history to it. It used to look different. It used to look like this. Huh, weird. Unrelated, if we remember a comment that Robin made that I said we would come back to, I found an ashtray in Sebastian's room, and it smelled really weird. Should I be worried about this? Okay. Why does it smell weird? Weird. It's weird. The sticky icky. So I looked into YouTube's monetization policies, and I should be okay so long as I don't like promote or glorify anything. And I live in England anyway, where it's illegal, so I've never even... I don't even know what that is. What? Did you say weeb? I'm not a weeb. I've only seen 3 anime. So when I was looking into this, I found this pretty well-researched comment on Reddit. I did verify the claims. They are true. So there was a post titled, "Is Sebastian's bong real? Or is that just like an inside joke? Like, was it ever in the game?" And this person answered, "Short answer, yes, but not for very long. Most players never actually saw it. Long answer, the game was released on February 26th, 2016. The mod that reinstates the bong was uploaded on March 11th, 2016. If you search bong in the community discussions for Stardew Valley on Steam, you can still find some old threads/comments about it from early March 2016, suggesting that the removal occurred in version 1.05. So it was really only around for a couple weeks before Concerned Ape removed the stem and bowl of it to turn it into a vase. This vase only exists in Sebastian's room as it appears in the farmer's house, not in his room at Robin's house. Assuming you kept your game up to date, you would have needed to marry Sebastian within 2 weeks of the game's initial release to have seen it at all. There are no pictures of it on the wiki, because the spouse room images weren't added until April, but there are a couple screenshots of it on Steam, dated early March. The exact reason for its removal is unconfirmed, as there wasn't any official patch note about it, but there are so many possible reasons that it was simply an inevitable change. It would have affected the game's age rating in many countries and caused issues with porting to certain platforms and languages. On top of that, plenty of obnoxious pearl clutchers were throwing a fit about it. Multiple comments in those old Steam discussions referenced some huge controversial thread of people complaining, but it's since been deleted. Being a new dev at the time, Concerned Ape probably didn't want to deal with all the drama. We're pretty blasé about it these days, but at the time of the game's release, recreational use was only legal in about 5 states. Concerned Ape resides in Washington, which was the first state to legalize recreational use back in 2012. Coincidentally, the same year he began developing the game. The atmosphere and environment of Stardew Valley is heavily influenced by his experience living here in the Pacific Northwest, hence the initial inclusion of the bong. So yeah, the only thing I couldn't confirm from that comment was which version of the game this was changed. Like they said, it wasn't in the official patch notes or anything, but I suppose that doesn't really matter too much. Anyway, I'm not trying to glorify or promote this. I'm just saying, I think his vase is cool. I like it. I want to hang out with Sebastian and his vase. I stand by the claim I made in the Elliot video. Dream blunt rotation. A lot of people say that he just turned it around. Like the little spout just faces the wall now. And I love that. That's canon for me. So Sebastian's outside area just has his motorbike in it. On Saturday mornings, he'll be working on it and he'll say, "Need something? I'll just be over here working on my bike for a while." If we compare this "need something" to the "need something" we got at Zero Hearts, I complained that he wasn't being blunt, but this is him being blunt. He's really asking, "Do you need anything from me?" And if not, he's just going to hang out there working on his bike. Love that for him. So we get some juicy dialogue from him that really underpins all these themes we've pulled out so far, basically confirms we're on the right track. The older I get, the less I'm drawn to the city. It had a certain mystique to it once, but it turns out that was just a romantic fantasy. The city's so busy, so full of people. I don't belong there. I'm a loner. Hey, I was just thinking about my old room in the basement. I felt comfortable there, but this is a lot more interesting. And I don't miss the smell. I felt kind of embarrassed living in my mum's house for so long. No wonder it smelled in there if he kept ashtrays down there. Sebastian. So we've discussed this kind of thing already, comfortable versus interesting, how the city was more of a fantasy but it wouldn't have worked in reality. It's interesting that he's saying these things aloud though, shows a new self-awareness to him. As we said before, he's letting himself grow and change as a person, and we really see this when he's married. It's clear he's been introspecting, he's grown up a lot, and we can see this in how he talks about Maru. So he has a line, "It's really cool to have our own place. I can do whatever I feel like and not have people nagging at me all the time. I'm sure Maru's happy that I'm gone." Oh, you're sure? You're sure, Sebastian? Still thinks he knows everything. Maru doesn't seem to have any dialogue about Sebastian, like after he married you. But when you marry her, she says, if my brother wasn't such a hermit, I'd invite him over for dinner sometime. So this is partly because you can't have him over for dinner in the game. Like, that's just the functionality of it. But, obviously she misses him. She wants him to come over. She doesn't ask him because she thinks he wouldn't want that. So when he moves out to marry you, she's presumably not happy that he's gone. She misses him. So at this point, he's still wrong. But when you have 2 kids with him, you get this line. I hope kid 1 and kid 2 are nice to each other. Maru and I always fought as kids. If I think back on it, it was mostly my fault. There we go. The pin drops. And this makes sense, right? He wouldn't really have a reason to think back about their childhood relationship until he had 2 kids himself. He spent his whole life thinking she doesn't like him and she ignores him and she steals all the attention. But now he's like, okay, to be fair, I was a piece of shit to her. So maybe that made a difference. Because she asks whether he even likes her, and we don't know. He only ever talks negatively about her. This is about as far as this goes. This is the end of the Sebastian Maru storyline development, which is such a shame. Sometimes I find Stardew to be frustrating. I think I said this in another video, I can't remember which one, but the contrast between like the vanilla base game versus the entire world built in fanfiction and headcanons and stuff is so stark. I just finished reading this Sebastian and Alex fanfiction, and it had this like complexity to the relationship between Maru and Sebastian, and I got permission from the writer to share a little excerpt with you. She misses you, Alex said. I miss her too. Or, I don't know. We never were like brother and sister. We were always somehow in competition, and I was always coming last. You could try now. You seem different now. And maybe she doesn't want to be in that competition either, even if she was winning all the time. Some competitions aren't worth winning. Spitting facts, Alex. I love that. Because we said earlier that Maru's storyline is more affected by Demetrius's overbearing love than Sebastian's is by Robin. If she had a choice, I'm sure she wouldn't want to be the golden child. We saw in Maru's deep dive how this has all affected her negatively, meant she worked too hard, she always felt under so much pressure. If she could bow out, she would. But she can't. The fanfiction is called A Stain That Won't Dissolve by The Spectacles of Thor. I'll link it in the description. Would recommend. My recommendations, my fanfiction recommendations are rare. I have like 4, maybe 5 fanfictions I will recommend. And that's one of them. Good job. Thank you to the writer for letting me read that. Excellent work. Definitely check it out. It is still a work in progress, just so you know, because I read all of it in like a week and now I'm dying. But I also don't think that within Stardew Valley, the game, the parents are like pitting them against each other. The only person canonically who ever compares Maru and Sebastian is Sebastian. But maybe the parents did that accidentally. Maybe they did compare them. Or maybe Sebastian feels this way because of that stepchild factor, because he feels like he has to prove himself. And of course, Maru feels no need to compare herself to Sebastian because she's winning. It's complex, right? It's interesting. But in the game, we get like 3 lines of dialogue. And amazing writers like the person who wrote that fanfiction, and also people like me who love to cornplate, are building this whole world around it, kind of doing the world building, doing the work. The seeds are there in the text, don't get me wrong. And I do feel, like I said in the Linus video, like it's a strength of Stardew Valley, the amount of empty space that we feel compelled to fill. But like, can't they reconcile? Can't they talk about anything ever? Why doesn't Maru have lines about Sebastian after he moves out? And vice versa. Maybe they do in 1.6, but I think it's just such missed potential. It's times like this when I really feel the story as supplemental to the game itself. Because Stardew Valley is a game about farming. It's not about family drama. Your gameplay is to plant and harvest things and fight monsters, not repair Maru and Sebastian's relationship. The fact that it has this rich world and interesting storylines and characters and romances is a plus that makes the game special. But the game's not for that. And it frustrates me personally, as someone who has written for games, writes and reads Stardew Valley fanfiction, and is in love with Shane. He's always here. Imagine if every update, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, continued these storylines like a soap opera. Every new update had more heart events or cutscenes in general. The heart event system is great, but I do feel like it's kind of constraining the potential there. Like on my main save file, I'm at full hearts with everyone. How would I ever get any new ones in the right order? But it could be like a new quest, a letter from Maru asking you to bring her obsidian so she can give it to Sebastian. then the cutscene plays when you enter her house with it. But instead we get stuff like, oh, if you walk into Marnie's house with a cave carrot in your pocket, you get a Marnie cutscene. And it's not even good. I think she just goes, oh, I'm going to feed these to my goats or whatever. Don't even get any gossip. A big part, right, my bachelor's is in creative writing, my master's is in script writing. And a big reason that I chose that to go into with my life was because when Stephen Moffat took over Doctor Who, I decided it was my life's mission to take it back over and fix it. I do feel like it's kind of an irrational need that I have. But like, please, Eric, please, please let me take over. Please let me fix it. I'll do it for free. I'll pay you. Anyway, in terms of what's actually in the game, that's all we can say about Sebastian and Maru's relationship. He's looking back and he's realizing he probably caused a lot of the issues. Well done, honey. It's him. Hi. He's the problem. It's him. How many Taylor Swift references is that now? It's not the last one. So he talks a lot when you're married about wanting to spend time alone. You don't ever have to worry about me. I like to spend a lot of time alone. I'm going to take a walk today. I need some time to myself. I'll see you in the evening. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went for a night ride on the motorcycle. I need to stay independent, even though we're married. That's just how I am. I still love you, though. So first, I think this is interesting to compare to how he talked about being alone before. I think the only time he did this was in the Two Heart scene, where he said, I like having friends. I just need a lot of time alone to balance out the social stuff. So before he described alone time as balancing out the social stuff, kind of like a necessity, a way to get his social energy back. But now he describes it like he enjoys it. He makes time for it. And this could be because he's so relaxed with you that it doesn't tax him so much. So he doesn't need that recharge time. Like now his social energy is higher. He could hypothetically just hang out with you all day, but he doesn't. He realizes he wants that alone time as well as needs it. He values it. Or it could just be because when you play the game, you overwhelmingly leave your spouse alone in your house. And basically all of them have some kind of line about how they're cool with it. I think it's probably kind of both. I like what he says about needing to stay independent even though you're married. We all know a couple that's like kind of joined at the hip. I'm sure that works for them. Every couple like that I know is happy. But a lot of couples aren't like that. I do stuff without my husband all the time. He's an inside boy. If I want to go outside or I want to go on a trip and he doesn't want to go, I just do it anyway. Sometimes I'll do something and I won't even invite him because I want to do it on my own. We're both massive introverts. We love our personal projects and our hobbies. We love spending time alone. It's also probably because we both work from home. So we've got to have boundaries somewhere. Obviously, we spend time together as well. But there's nothing wrong with like wanting to do exactly what you want to do with your free time. So this kind of brings us to the concept of parallel play that I mentioned 7 hours ago, which is basically doing separate things in the same room. I'm not sure if doing separate things in the same house counts as well. Like it's specifically not doing a joint activity. So playing Solarian with Sebastian doesn't count because you're doing it together. But if he was playing on his own and you were sitting on your phone and you were chatting every now and then that counts. For adults, what makes parallel play different than two people ignoring each other in the same room is a secure foundation underpinning their relationship, explained Dr. Amir Levine. Parallel play is one of the hallmarks of secure relationships, but it has to be done right, Dr. Levine said. It's all about availability. If you know that the other person is available, and that, if you need them, they will pay attention to you, then you feel secure. When you don't have a secure relationship, attempting to act independently of your friend or partner while sharing the same space can backfire. I'm often reminded of a Reddit post that went viral last year about a 33-year-old man who destroyed the blanket his 21-year-old girlfriend spent 6 months knitting because he was feeling ignored. Dr. Levine said, the same behaviour can be seen from two different places. If the person feels secure, they will not mind the knitting, etc. It will feel magical to be able to do things in parallel under the same roof. But if the person feels uncared for, then these things make them feel alone. Theoretically, in a more secure relationship, he could have taken up his own living room hobby and spent quality time with her. While it may seem strange that being actively there for your partner makes it easier to seek independence from them, it's actually an example of what psychologists call the dependency paradox. There's a direct link between feeling securely attached and the exploratory drive, said Dr. Levine. Although adults don't play in the same way that children do, we can still approach the world with curiosity and a drive to explore. Often when we feel safe, that drive increases. But, Dr. Levine said, if we feel that our partner is not there for us, we develop tunnel vision and can only think about the relationship. In this way, secure relationships give us the peace of mind to develop independent interests. That Reddit post they talked about was messed up, but any Reddit post that starts with, I know the title may sound bad, but hear me out, Me, 33, and my girlfriend, 21. It's going to be bad. So, what I'm saying is, the fact that Sebastian feels like he can be independent from you, set those boundaries, shows that he's secure in your relationship. Where before we said that he does activities with Sam, band practice, Solarian, he doesn't need that kind of social buffer with you. When he's outside, he says, I'll just watch you from here. I enjoy watching you. Okay, Edward vibes. I'm into it. But yeah, that's essentially him saying, we don't have to interact in this shared space. I'm happy just being quiet, being separate. I'm here if you need anything. So interestingly, we also see this change depending on how your relationship's doing. So his high hearts dialogue has that line we went over about how he likes to be alone, how you don't have to worry. He also says, I don't really need friends. You're the only person I need in my life. Is that weird? I guess I'm not like most people. I don't often show it, but I'm really happy that I'm your husband. Marrying you was the best decision I ever made. So all around, happy, good vibes. But when we get to neutral hearts with him, we can see some insecurity. Are you going into town today? Why? What are you up to? Are we doing okay on money? I don't want to have to sell my laptop. If you need to go see your friends in town, go ahead. I like being alone anyways. So that security that meant that you were fine being independent is starting to strain. He's paranoid about why you're going into town. He's insecure about your finances. He uses the fact that he likes to be alone to kind of push you away. And this gets worse when you have low hearts. Look, I just want to be alone. Why don't you go outside and do your own thing for a while? What do you want? You sound like my stepdad. Go away. I started smoking again. I've just been really stressed out lately. This place is starting to feel like a tomb. Oh, he's becoming so numb, you guys. He's actively, firmly pushing you away, saying you sound like his stepdad, aka nagging him, bothering him, telling him what to do. He's stressed out. It feels like a tomb, like he's trapped. This is the Sebastian from earlier, negative, standoffish, pushing the world away. The comparison to his stepdad is interesting, and also the fact that he started smoking again. It shows that regression. It's the same state of mind he was in when we met him. I think it's about attention. You get the low hearts dialogue when you have low hearts with him. Basically, when you've allowed the heart meter to degrade, when you haven't been speaking to him or giving him gifts in order to maintain it or to grow it. So you haven't been paying attention to him. I don't want to go too deep into this because I think I'm kind of reaching, but I looked up about the importance of attention in the development of children, and it is important, particularly positive attention. And a lot of the results of not doing this sound like Sebastian. You should encourage your child to explore, otherwise they'll become disinterested in the world. You should make them feel safe, otherwise they'll get anxiety. You should make them feel special, otherwise they'll feel unimportant. But again, Robin wants Sebastian to open up to her. She's tried to pay attention to him. Once again, I am kind of reaching here, but what I think might have happened is that Sebastian, as a kid, was shitty to Maru because he was jealous of her. So Sebastian's parents did pay attention to him, but it was mostly to tell him off. And negative attention is just as bad, if not worse, than no attention at all. It can affect a child's internal motivation if all they're trying to do is avoid negative things instead of working towards positive things. And Sebastian doesn't care about his future. But yeah, this is pretty far to go based off the small amount of information that we have. Overall, I think that we all like and need attention. Sebastian may act like he wants to be left alone, but he doesn't. I always say that I don't like being the center of attention, but on my wedding day, I was living my best life. I was the main character. So if you give him that attention, you marry him, and then you take it away, he struggles with that. He becomes insecure about your relationship. That negative mindset takes hold again. But even when things are good between you, it's not like he's not insecure at all. So he has this line, I don't want to get soft now that I'm a married guy. Maybe I should start eating more hot pepper and working out. Just an idea. I'm like, what the fuck? What does that even mean? We had something similar with Alex. He ate garlic because he wanted to be manly. Where are these men getting these associations from? What does garlic have to do with masculinity? Eric, you need therapy. Any man in Stardew Valley can't cook. All they know is Stardrop Saloon, charge their laptop, flower dance, be bisexual, eat hot pepper and lie. So the Sebastian quote references hot peppers and working out, and I can't help but associate that with the other bachelors. Shane loves hot pepper and pepper poppers, and I know that off by heart. Alex loves working out. So is this where he's got these ideas of masculinity from? Admittedly, if we're looking at who the most traditionally masculine bachelors are, Shane and Alex are probably up there. Because Elliot has his long hair and his like flowery way of speaking, and he probably smells really good. And Harvey is a little anxious, soft male wife. And then Sebastian probably doesn't see Sam that way just because they're close. And then you've got Shane, who drinks and is rude and pushes his feelings down. And then Alex is working out all the time, playing sports, being macho, also pushing his feelings down. So you may not like it, but this is what the ideal male form looks like. Someone with inner turmoil. So why is Sebastian saying this? It's possible that he feels a little emasculated because he's living in your house and you're making all the money. He doesn't work anymore. He's your trophy husband. But he seems cool with that. He even likes it. With your farming income, I can afford to do what I want with my life. It's pretty amazing. Thank you. So I don't think it's that. He says he doesn't want to get soft, which implies he thinks something has happened that may make him more soft than he was previously. Firstly, he's always been soft. Pale inside computer boy cuck beta. Secondly, I think it's because he's like opening up to you. You know, we said that Shane and Alex are both the kind of people that like push things down, and Sebastian has been bringing things up. Maybe he saw his previous negativity as something good about him, something that made him like hard and gritty. Or maybe this is actually a good thing. Maybe he wants to push himself to try new things. Working out is healthy. Hot pepper is something that he's neutral to. So maybe he wants to leave his comfort zone. Try some jam, Sebastian. I don't know. But either way, he says it's just an idea. Like he knows it's kind of a dumb thing to say. And once again, we have a very narrow view of gender. You know, I've been saying like, oh, traditionally masculine. Whatever. Sebastian says he doesn't want to get soft. Like it's a bad thing. Like it's something that naturally happens when you get married, aka settle down and become more domestic. Once again, tell me this guy doesn't have a Tumblr. Tell me he doesn't have his pronouns in his bio. You can't. I'm right. If we return to that line I just said about money, that was only half of it. So let's read the whole thing. I did some work on the laptop today. I was actually brainstorming some ideas for a game I want to make. With your farming income, I can afford to do what I want with my life. It's pretty amazing. Thank you. So first we have to address the obvious parallels with the dev. Concerned Ape was able to develop this game through working part-time, while his partner worked full-time and essentially supported him. And now we have Sebastian being supported by his partner, being able to develop a game. It's the same picture. But I'm more interested in how he talks about work. So in the 2 Heart scene, we saw that Sebastian was frustrated that people don't take his job seriously. But then there's a line he says at 4 Hearts, "You're probably making a lot of money on your farm, huh? I guess I should get a job soon." Get a job? Sebastian, you have a job. Are you okay, honey? He says he wants people to take it seriously, but he doesn't take it seriously. But I think this is because he doesn't care about that job, you know, like the freelance coding. When you ask him what his career goals are in the 2 Heart scene, he just says he wants to move out. Now he lives with you. He's already moved out, and he doesn't work anymore because he doesn't care about it. He doesn't want to. His only goal was independence, and he's got that now. So with the 4 Heart line, I think he sees you with this more traditional job. He sees how much money you make, and he thinks, oh, I should probably get a traditional job soon if I want to make enough money to move out. He brings up money and his job in the 2 Heart scene as well, so he's obviously thinking a lot about it. He's annoyed that people don't take his job seriously, but I think that's mostly because he's comparing himself to Maru, and because he doesn't want to be interrupted, not because he takes this job super seriously. Robin says that he doesn't really seem to care about his future very much, but now he's married to you, he references what he wants to do with his life. He cares now.
Wait, I care now. Now I care.
Too late.
It's kind of like Sam. Now he has that monetary pressure taken off of him. He can relax. He can fill up space. He can try things out and figure out what it is that he wants. And he wants to make a game, which totally fits. He loves computers. He's a programmer. He's got this new curiosity about the world, which would naturally lead to creativity. One of the sickest burns I have ever heard in my whole life is in Folding Ideas video about Nostalgia Critics The Wall. If you haven't seen it, that's literally, I must have watched it like 6 times. It's one of those ones I just always go back to. So he draws this line between being curious and art.
Doug wants to be a filmmaker. He wants to make art, but he can't because he's a fundamentally incurious person who isn't much interested in what other people think or feel, and all his ideas boil down to, what if Batman met Mario?
If someone said something like that about me, I think I would just cease to exist. I'd never show my face ever again. Would change my name. Would move. So yeah, if you're not interested in people or the world around us, what are you going to write about? What are you going to make art about? What's your art going to be? Hollow. But Sebastian is now not only curious, but he feels like he's noticed enough to be able to make art. We love that. He's got his eyes open. I feel like his game would be about slimes, okay? So he's got that quote, "We should raise more slimes. In big quantities, they can be pretty profitable. And they're so easy to raise. Also, different coloured slimes produce different items. I don't know. I think it'd be kind of a fun hobby for us." Okay, this is cute because he wants to do a hobby with you. This is a hint from the game being like, don't ignore the slime hutch just because it's ugly. It can make you money. He's such a gold digger. Trying to get that passive income, talking about how easy it is. Passive income hack. I made 5,000 gold raising slimes. And here is my tried and true technique. Sign up for my course. I feel like his game would be about slimes. I don't think it would have a narrative. If he was interested in that kind of thing, we probably would have seen him making the campaign in the 6 heart scene. He just seems interested in slimes. Maybe Slimes and Frogs. Slimes and Frogs, the game. I would play that. Okay, I have more things that I wanted to talk about in this section, but I am going to have to cut myself off. There has to be a limit somewhere. There has to be. I wanted to talk about his anger. I wanted to talk about his nightmares. We simply do not have time. So, speaking of frogs, we're going to talk about the 14 heart scene. Alright, I got a refill on my tea. I redid my lipstick and I just mainlined 2 mini rolls directly into my veins. Let's do this. Sam was like, stop saying that. Stop saying you're mainlining things. I don't even really know what that means. So when you have 14 hearts for Sebastian, if you enter the mountains when it's raining, you find Sebastian looking at a bush by the lake. He turns to you, says he's glad you showed up. The player reacts with a question mark, and Sebastian says there's an injured frog in the bush. He's got to save him. The player's stressed. Sebastian says he needs your help. If you get the frog to go towards him, he'll try and catch him. The player approaches the bush, and Sebastian kneels down with an open jar. When you're ready, he says, "Now!" and you jiggle the bush, making the frog run towards Sebastian, who catches it. Sebastian looks at the jar, says, "Poor little guy. His foot's mangled." You get a choice. What should we do with him? It's our new son. I don't think he's going to make it. Let's nurse him back to health. I said it's our new son, and Sebastian says, "Yeah, I guess so. He's definitely got your nose." Then Sebastian says, "Let's take him home." The next day, you get the second part of the event. When you enter your house, you and Sebastian are standing in his spouse room looking at a terrarium, and Sebastian tells you your little friend's doing much better, but he doesn't think he can go back into the wild. He's not fast enough to avoid predators anymore. So he set up this terrarium. He looks happy, doesn't he? The player reacts well. Sebastian wonders if he'll get lonely, and you get a choice. Why not start a frog sanctuary? He'll be fine. I said to start a frog sanctuary. Sebastian says, "A haven for frogs and toads who can't make it on their own? Not a bad idea." Then you get another choice. Why do you like frogs so much anyway? I don't really want this in the house. I'm glad you found a new hobby. I asked why he likes frogs, and he says he encountered a lot of them when going outside in the rain, and ended up feeling a common bond with the little guys. The player reacts with a heart, and you both jump as the frog leaps out of the terrarium, and we fade to black. Text reads, "Today our family grew a little larger, and a lot slimier." So Sebastian's always had an interest in frogs. In winter at 0 hearts, he says, "The frogs aren't very happy in winter. Poor little guys." And when he's at Ginger Island, he can say, "Now, if I were a tropical frog, where would I hide?" In this scene, when you ask him why he likes frogs, he replies, "Well, I like going out in the rain, so I guess I encountered a lot of frogs that way. I ended up feeling a common bond with the little guys." And I think that's interesting, because if we return to the 2 heart scene, if you ask a completely unrelated question, "Why don't you want to see your friends?" he briefly answers the question, but then he says, "Maybe that's why I like computers so much. They're engaging, straightforward, and unselfish. Quite the opposite of a lot of people I know." And it's like, I didn't ask why you like computers so much, babes. Me looking around to see who asked. No one asked. He volunteers that information because, like we said, at that point he's still trying to push an identity, a persona. He wants you to think of him a certain way. What are you doing, you little freak? Whereas in this scene, he doesn't tell you unprompted why he likes frogs. You have to ask. And even then, he gives you a straight answer. He encountered them in the rain. They have a common bond. Common bond is kind of a weird way to put it, but I would interpret that to mean they have something in common, the rain, and he developed a bond with them because of that commonality, because of spending time with them. It would have been so easy for Sebastian to be like, "Well, they like the dark and the cold,
Like me, they're loners. Like me, we both live on the edges of society, rejected by normal people. Normal people scare me. Like how he compared himself to animals left out in the cold. But he doesn't. He, essentially, just thinks they're neat. Because his identity is now pretty well established. He knows what he wants. He's happy. He doesn't feel the need to, define his character like that. 3 frogs. But I do. He's the frog. It's a metaphor, see? Sebastian is the frog. So in part 1, we find the frog injured. It's hiding in a bush, isolating itself, damaged, not seeking help. Sebastian himself is now at the point where he doesn't hesitate asking you for help. So together, through the 2 of you, together, you get the frog out of the bush and into the jar. At first, it must feel kind of scary for the frog in this constricting little jar. But then he gets put into this terrarium to be loved and looked after and cared for. And even though the frog looks happy, Sebastian wants to make sure he's not lonely, because loneliness is bad. He's the frog. He's literally the frog, guys. He's the frog, and he sees himself in the frog, and that he wants to get the frog a friend. He now knows how damaging isolation can be. He's separated. Oh, I may have gone too far this time. Okay. He's separated the frog from all of his frog friends. And previously he might have been like, yes, frog, you're a loner like me. We don't need anyone else. But now he's like, let's get him a friend. Nobody should be alone. The frog is to Sebastian what Sebastian is to you. Sebastian is your frog. Sebastian's not like most people. The frog isn't like the other frogs now. He's injured. He'll never be able to go out into the wild again. But that's okay. As long as he has company. He's literally the frog, guys, okay? Don't argue with me on this. He's literally the frog. He's so frog-coded. It's giving frog. Oh, I'm delirious. I don't know what else to say. I've made my point. I've written 35,000 words about a character that I previously said pisses me off. He still kind of pisses me off, to be honest. But in that very human way. Sometimes my husband pisses me off. Sometimes my cats piss me off. But I still love him. We contain multitudes. But me and you, we're not done. Oh no, we're close. But I have not yet achieved the goal that I set for myself in making this video. So we move on now to the summit dialogue. Before I met you, I spent most of my time turned away from reality because I thought I'd never find happiness. But you've shown me that the world isn't such a dark place after all. That's one of the reasons I love you. Nailed it. I nailed it. Come on, I nailed it. Spent his time turned away from reality, aka obsessed with the fantasy, the green light, the city, his manic pixie dream girl. This fantasy reality where he was the hero and the world is just cruel and unfair. But through taking an interest in him, through paying attention to him, you formed this common bond with him. And he's turned towards reality, slowly, like you're the sunshine and he's a sunflower. And he knows that the world can be cruel and unfair, but it's also a lot more interesting than he ever gave it credit for. It's not such a dark place after all. Especially here with you. His sunshine. And that's one of the reasons he loves you. But there are more. He doesn't just love you because of what you've done for him, how you've changed him. He loves you because of who you are. Presumably. He doesn't just have an idea of you in his head. He knows your nuances. And he loves them. I get it. I get it so hard. I still don't like his hair. It's not my type, but I get it now. I particularly love this idea around attention, especially with the kind of parallel play, ability to be separate, woven in there as well. So this is super random, but I saw this TikTok by Meet Cutes NYC, and that kind of thing usually isn't my jam. I don't love the idea of just like interrupting random people on the street. But I watched this one because he goes up to these 2 older ladies
and he asks them if they're a couple, and they say yes. And they've been together for 42 years. 42 years. That's crazy. And he asked them, what advice would you give to a couple that just met that wants to make it 42 years? And one of the ladies says this.
Go day by day and stay current with each other and understand that your attention is your love.
Your attention is your love. I just think that's such a beautifully concise way to put it, coming from someone who struggles with being concise. Stay curious, stay invested, stay engaged. If they're trying to get your attention, don't brush it off. I promise I am wrapping up here. She says, introducing a whole new topic. But it links as well to the idea of bids for connection. So this is where, for example, you would say to your partner, oh, hey, look at the sunset. It's any attempt to get your partner to engage with you, and they can respond in 3 ways. They can turn towards you, looking at the sunset and being like, oh yeah, that's nice. They can turn away, ignore you, or they can turn against you, say like, stop interrupting me. The basis of bids for connection stems from the Gottman's Love Lab research, which started in 1986 and tracked couples for 6 years. At the end of that time, the couples still together were found to have responded to each other's bids 86% of the time, while those who split up only responded 33% of the time. So it's like a super important factor in a relationship, correlates strongly to whether couples will stay together or not. Most of us, at the end of the day, want to be seen and understood and feel important. And so, when there are too many bids that are missed or rejected, it leaves you feeling the opposite, unseen, unimportant, misunderstood, said Dr. Lauren Fogel-Mersey. If that happens more often than not, it starts to erode connection and safety and trust in a relationship. Your attention is your love. I won't read them all, but there are a bunch of lines from Sebastian when you're married, where he's asking you questions, he's asking what you think, what your plans are, asking about your day, for your opinion, your experience. You give him attention, but he gives it back. But you're also secure enough to spend that time apart. Security, when his whole thing was that he's full of contradictions and he's hard to pin down. I get it. I get it now. So let's divorce him really quick. Let's just divorce him real quick. But then we're going to talk more about him in these overarching general terms, okay? So it's just a quickie divorce. We're just going to rip the plaster off. We're not going to linger.
Divorce, babe, divorce.
Always ends this way. I am inevitable. So his divorce dialogue is, why do you keep bothering me? I'm trying to forget about you. So I don't have a ton to say about this. Actually, looking at what I wrote, I do kind of have a reasonable amount of things to say about this, but you know. It's just what we said earlier about how as your relationship degrades, as you go from high hearts to neutral hearts to low hearts, these old behaviours come back. This old negativity. This desire to push you away and push reality away. Here, he's trying to push you away. He's not only being rude to you like he used to be, but he doesn't want you to bother him. He wants to forget about you. He wants to leave reality. That's not how you heal. But the pain is too much. He just wants to forget. And there's a contradiction there as well. So there's a modern classic poem by the great T.A. Swift. It's called Down Bad, and it goes, did you really beam me up in a cloud of sparkling dust just to do experiments on? Tell me I was the chosen one. Show me that this world is bigger than us, then sent me back where I came from. For a moment, I knew cosmic love. Now I'm down bad, crying at the gym. So the poet was essentially shown this new world, all this new knowledge, had her mind expanded, just to be dumped back down on earth, to do mundane things like go to the gym. It's this particular kind of heartbreak that this poet also talks about in other works, with lines such as, you showed me colours you know I can't see with anyone else. And in this work, she follows those previous lines with, everything comes out, teenage petulance. And we all know who is the king of that. It's Sebastian. You opened his world, and then you left him. And now he's down bad, crying at the spa. R.I.P. Sebastian, you would have loved the Tortured Poets department. He would have loved it. All right. We're not done, though. Do you not remember the question I wanted to answer? Oh, you sweet summer child. I can't believe you forgot something I said like 3 hours ago. Oh, however long this will end up being. I'm thinking probably like 3.5 maybe. I don't know. Anyway, scene change. Welcome to my shrine. I literally said to my husband, this is for the video. This isn't like a shrine. This isn't me.
Going crazy. So all of this so far, it's all well and good. I get it. I get it now, as I've told you. But why is he number 1? He's the number 1 most popular character on AO3. Why? Why? I still feel like this is the most fundamental, life-changing question of all. Why does everyone bat so hard for this emo motherfucker? Sure, he has a compelling story. We found a 3-line in the end. But they all have compelling stories. Everyone has a 3-line. Every character that I've done a video about, people bat for. What's so special about him? What is it about this guy that makes him number 1? I've been thinking about this a lot. So much. He's in my dreams. I'm not even joking. He's in my dreams now. I have read dozens of Sebastian fanfictions. I know I work so hard. So after everything we've been through, after everything I've been through, after 7 hours or however long this video is, I think I am finally ready to give you my theory. Okay. This part's not really scripted. I've just written some notes, so sorry if I'm a bit all over the place. So when I think about it personally, if I were to bat so hard for this emo motherfucker, I can tell you it would be because of the 3-line that we have to do with the fantasies, right? This entire internal world that he built, that he was going to move to the city, his like internal crush on Abigail, this world that he built in his head where he was the hero and all of his family members were like dickheads. Everyone around him was a dickhead. No one understood him. Everyone took him for granted. And especially this idea of the future, this orgastic future, the idea of the city and the way that he never wanted to directly face that. He never went to the city, right? So as I said right back at the intro, Sebastian is at least 22. So this fantasy that he's had in his head, he will have had at the point when you meet him, probably for years. I would say at least since he was 18, which is the time he would have left for college, because, he has that thing in his head of like, oh, this is why I didn't go to college. So we can already see kind of reality and what's in his head starting to splinter at that point. So I would say at least 4 years he's been kind of living this way. And if you haven't experienced it, it's very hard to put into words the intensity of the comfort that can be found within your own mind, within your imagination. Just like how safe and comforting and warm and right it can feel to just live within your own head. How much relief it can bring you. When you're, socially anxious, like I am, like he is, you crave this kind of connection with people. I think everyone craves connection with people, but you know that you don't want to go out and just talk to people, and you don't know how to get it, in a different way. So it can genuinely it can fill your social need as a sim to just kind of pretend, talk to people, to kind of escape into your own mind, have pretend conversations, think about what you would say, live in a different reality. Yeah, it can be addictive as a coping mechanism. It's on the healthier side, I would say, but it can be, very tempting and hard to break out of the addiction to, especially when you're living in a kind of, mundane reality, an unsatisfying reality, one that you don't particularly connect with. If you live in a place like Pelican Town, you don't feel like you belong there. You don't feel like any of your friends really get you. There's a thing called maladaptive daydreaming. And I looked into it, and it's not in the DSM, so there's not like a very strict definition of what it is, it seems. But it's basically, separating a regular daydream that most of us do from a more intense kind of addictive daydream. So for example, a maladaptive daydream, you might sit there kind of making facial expressions or like mouthing out like a conversation or like, moving your hands around like you were actually doing it, as opposed to just sitting there and thinking, oh, what if I was the king? What if I could fly? It's more immersive. And sometimes, you can choose that over reality. Like if someone comes into your room while you're maladaptive daydreaming, you feel a bit pissed off. You're like, you interrupted me, I was having a conversation. When I look back on my life, ever since I was a child, I have written fan fiction, essentially, about my own life. I remember a particular example where I changed the names, I changed a few personality traits, but it was essentially just a story about me and the boy that I fancied, and he liked me back. And I'll talk more about that in a second, but kind of, isn't that just what art is in a lot of ways? Taking your known reality and changing the names, changing the details a little bit. I watched a video essay recently about 500 Days of Summer, and the guy that wrote that literally just wrote it as fanfiction about his life, to the point where at the beginning of the movie he's like, fuck you, Jenny. And there's definitely comparisons to be made between Sebastian
and the developer. So I think we all have this urge to some extent. The article that I read about maladaptive daydreaming said that on average, people spend 47% of their time daydreaming. Like everyone, on average. We all have this urge to some extent to, escape our reality, alter our reality, aim towards this orgastic future, as opposed to engaging with the here and now, as opposed to engaging with what's in front of us. Because that's the healthier option, right? Is to just look at what's in front of you, what you don't like about your life, and try and change it. But that's hard. It's a lot easier, and it can be a lot more tempting to just live in your mind where you don't have those problems. Or to create, fiction where you don't have those problems. But in his character growth, Sebastian manages to let go of this. He manages to let go of this coping mechanism. There's that part where he says he would have screamed at his mum for throwing away his comic collection. His comic collection is something that would have had sentimental value, nostalgic value, and it's also, fiction. It's a world that he could escape into. But he didn't scream at her. Something stopped him. So his priorities are starting to shift. We can tangibly see through his development that he cares less about this internal world. He cares less about this fantasy. And he cares more about reality. He cares more about you. Because fundamentally what's happening in his reality is now more exciting than his imagination. It's more fulfilling than his imagination could ever be. He's gotten a taste of what reality can offer when you're at 6 hearts with him. He's gotten a little spark of, friendship, understanding, companionship, fulfillment, and he wants more. So yeah, as a concept, the concept of not living in reality is a concept I can relate to very hard. I have this deep, burning urge inside me to just wish my life away. Sometimes I still think about the possibility of living in London. I always wanted to be a writer for TV or something, and I thought, I'd move to London. But I hate London. Every time I go to London, I'm I hate it here. But then still sometimes I think about that. I feel like I can never be satisfied with my reality. I could always find something in my head that, fills my needs better. So yeah, if we get a bit personal here for a second. So I'm a professional writer. Now I'm a YouTuber, which I guess is still kind of a professional writer, except, now I just read the stuff I write out loud and then I edit it and I put music to it and then I put it on YouTube. I don't know. So like I said, I have been writing fan fiction about my life ever since I was a kid. The earliest thing I ever remember writing for fun was a dumb little story about me and my friends going on an adventure. That's something that I've done all through my life. That's something that I used to do, to make my friends laugh. I'd write funny little stories about us and the people from school. But then also, more personal stuff where I would create this character that was essentially me that I could project onto, but just had a different name. And it's kind of the same with writing fan fiction, actual fan fiction as well. I've written a couple Stardew Valley fan fictions recently, and they're from the perspective of you, aka the player, aka me. This kind of thing is the reason that I am a writer. This is the reason I've, had a writing career, I've got a master's in creative writing, is this incessant need to escape into my own imagination. That's what started me writing things for fun when I was a kid. And, eventually led to me thinking, I want to do that for a career. This is what, shaped my life, shaped my career path. I also think it's telling to me personally that I've written fan fiction about 3 different fandoms pretty much at 3 different periods in my life. When I was 15, when I was 19, when I was 26. And 15, 19 and 26 were also the age I was when I had my worst, depressive periods. I also briefly revisited fanfiction in 2020, and that speaks for itself. Like I said, unless you've kind of been there yourself, it's really hard to communicate the intensity of the comfort that this kind of thing can bring you. So it's interesting to notice, the worse I get mentally, the less I like the reality I live in, the more heavily I lean on this coping mechanism. So I relate to Sebastian a lot over that. But then here is someone who is able to completely shut that door. He tells you to your face that the city holds less of a power over him, specifically because of the growth that he's gone through, specifically because of the feelings he has for you. He's able to recognize that this reality that only exists in his head, this fantasy, is essentially meaningless in the face of everything that you've built together, in the face of the real, tangible fulfillment that your relationship gives him. That's love, motherfucker, that's love. You have fundamentally You have fundamentally changed his personality. You've changed his brain. You've changed his internal world. For the better. Yeah, I just think that that's so beautiful. And that's something that I aspire to as well. I hope to get there one day. Things have gotten better for me recently. Thank you for watching. At one point, I basically lived in Stardew Valley in my head. But now, you know, it's more of a hobby, kind of dip my toe into. I will read my own fanfiction back if, you know, I'm having a tough time. It is fun to project myself in there every now and then. But, you know, I hope to have a handle on it like Sebastian does. I hope to fully embrace my reality someday. So overall, I would say that, yeah, if I was going to bat for him, if I was going to bat hard for him, it would be because I relate to this aspect of his character when we first meet him. And then I admire and I aspire to be like his character after he goes through his arc. And this is why people love Sebastian. Not because of anything I just said, but because of how easily I was able to just project myself onto him. Did you hear all the stuff I just said? I was talking about my entire life, the path of my life, the entire path of my career and everything in relation to fucking Sebastian from Stardew Valley. Projection. And I can. It was easy. I could say more. Become so numb, you guys. I haven't become so numb. I've become the opposite. I feel too much. In my last video, which not enough of you watched, I talked about the gap between Shane as he exists in my head and Shane as he exists in the vanilla base game. And I said that the careful tending of that gap, the deliberate vagueness of some things, allowing the gap to be just the right size to the point where your imagination kicks in and fills it in for you, that is part of what makes Stardew Valley so great. And Sebastian, with his contradictions, with his nuances, is that concept on steroids. It's the relatability of him and it's the malleability of him. He wants to leave his small town. People make him anxious. His family's smothering him. He lives inside his head. Who can relate? Everyone. Basically everyone can relate to one of those things. Think about his character for a little while and I'm pretty sure everyone in the entire world will be able to find something to relate to. Everyone in the world essentially has that ability to project intensely onto him like I just did. That's kind of a crazy theory, Fiona. Do you have any proof? Yes, I do, you sexy bitch. So a couple of weeks ago, I made a post on my Patreon saying, do you love Sebastian? Tell me why. Essentially asking people who loved Sebastian to tell me why. So I wrote, my theory is that there are a bunch of different reasons depending on the person. For example, someone might bond with him over being a stepchild or wanting to get out of his town or having anxiety, etc. And my little Sams, they delivered. I got 18 comments in total and each of them had a unique perspective. There were similarities, definitely. There were common things. People liked him because of his aesthetic, you know, the motorbike, the bad boyness. They liked him because of the progression of your relationship, how it's rewarding to get him to like open up to you, to break down his walls. A lot of people mentioned how they like that you're able to give him a safe space, a place that he feels like he belongs. But overall, I think I'm right. Specifically that it depends on the person. I didn't put the word relate in my initial post, but it got mentioned 12 times in amongst 18 comments. And people shared how they see themselves in him. And I'm going to share some of that with you. I relate to the feeling of, if I just lock myself in my room, nothing can hurt me. Him getting out of that mindset, I think, is inspiring to me and other people who struggle with this. I felt very close to him being in a complicated family situation. His character showed me how you really don't have to act like everything is okay. That it was fine, just not being fine with it at all. I profoundly relate to the sense of unrest that, in my opinion, perfectly embodies his character. He's anxious, he's reclusive, he's unsettled, and doesn't seem to ever truly feel at peace until he's married to you. I relate to his struggle with feeling like the black sheep of the family and wanting to run away from that.
I relate to the mental health struggles and the low social battery / loner vibe. As someone who deals with depression, it can be difficult to ever feel like you can be loved or lovable, and so I think that might be why I like Sebastian. I relate to and sympathise with him a lot as a person. His dissociation and escape through lying in bed all day, just stuck inside of his own head, in his own worlds. I see my adolescent self in him, and I want to be the unconditional love and support for him that I was never given. He feels like a kindred spirit to me. I know him. I am him. I have been him. I see him. I never felt like my character saved him. It was more that she made him feel comfortable and gave him a place to just be himself, which I can certainly relate to needing. He's a depressed / anxious little nerd that doesn't really feel at home with his family of origin, which is relatable on a number of levels to me. As an ADHD person, I've always read, perhaps projected, Sebastian as autistic, and that his social / anxiety issues are related to a fear of rejection that autistic people often feel. I felt that I related to that, and I enjoyed that because of the player's influence. He becomes more and more open, happy, and emotionally safe. His 2 Heart event gave me enough insight to him, to the point I felt like I could relate to the feeling of being emotionally drained from social interaction and just wanting to stay in my room and rot all day. He's really opening up to the player, which is such a big thing for an introvert. It's incredibly hard to open up and maintain a close relationship for me, so I understand how meaningful it is for Sebastian to do this with the player. I can relate to needing space and alone time and feeling overwhelmed when there's too much going on around me. Having read some of the comments and stuff, I am realising that I am Sebastian. When I was a kid, I used to walk up the road to watch the city lights come on. I always go for the "it gives me a strange, sad feeling" option, as it is how I feel in real life. It's hard to explain. I don't just want to say it's because it's sparkly. I think the word I might be looking for is the awareness of one's own ennui, which totally makes sense for Sebastian. There is a poem called How to Love Your Introvert, performed and written by Kevin Yang, that has a line that goes, "Do not confuse the stillness of lips with the rhythm of apathy. Just because I do not wear my heart on my sleeve for everyone to see, does not mean that it beats any less strongly than yours." I feel like Sebastian is like that. It's all internal, and I know what that's like, and I know how much he can love the player, and that, in the quiet, you will have whole worlds to explore together. I got permission to use those comments in the video, but I just want to say thank you again to everyone who, commented with such incredible personal insight. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for letting me share it here. I really enjoyed reading everyone's different perspectives. You guys are so cool. You guys are so smart. That's awesome. So another theme that I noticed is his growth. I mentioned how I admire that he's able to step away from this daydreaming to grow past it. And multiple comments noted how his character growth is encouraging or inspiring. So he starts off with all of these relatable characteristics, and the ones that are holding him back, he's for the most part able to overcome. So for example, how he feels like his family is smothering him, how he's unappreciated. He moves out. He's no longer kind of feeling that pressure from them. But then he also gains a different perspective about them. He has a different perspective about Maru. Presumably he also has, a little bit of a different perspective about his parents. He's able to gain an appreciation for them. He's able to see them, from a different point of view. He wants to leave Pelican Town. He doesn't like living here. He kind of belittles you at first for moving here. But through his journey, he discovers that, the grass isn't always greener. Moving wouldn't make him happy. Someone in the Patreon comments described it as, "You make him feel at home in a place he didn't before." Love that. Yeah, he learned that the town isn't the source of his unhappiness. That if you're unhappy, moving somewhere else isn't going to just fix everything. Happiness comes from inside, Sebastian. We went through the way that he's able to go from having these fantasies in his head to embracing reality. So he's a character who's flawed. He's real. He's, contradictory. He's messy. He's a bit problematic. But he's able to go through this aspirational journey without losing himself along the way. When you marry Sebastian, he doesn't magically become social, and he still struggles to quit smoking. As I said in the video, it takes until you have 2 kids with him for him to start rethinking his relationship with Maru, and that in itself is relatable. He grows, he changes, but he's not perfect.
It's a very human growth. So I think the key to the answer to this question is his nuance. I read a Harvey fanfiction recently, and in it, he was, a bit dominant. And the person specifically wrote in the author's note, I know Harvey's a bit out of character in this, but I just really wanted to write it. Which, respectable. Thank you. My original theory from like a month ago was that he's so popular because he is essentially one half of a fanfiction pairing. I've read a lot of fanfiction in my life. And, there are tropes. There are certain pairings that just kind of lend themselves to that dynamic. Steve and Bucky, Dean and Cass, Stiles and Derek, Harry and Draco. One wholesome character and one bad boy. The former looks at the latter and goes, I shouldn't want you, but I do. And the latter looks at the former and goes, I'm gonna fuck you up. It's the Tumblr sexy man of it all, okay? It's the people will die of fun dichotomy. But it's not just that, right? Because, like I said before, I have read a lot of Sebastian fanfiction. A lot of Sebastian fanfiction. And I can tell you now that I have seen Sebastian characterized in fanfiction as all of these things. Straight, bi, gay, tall, short, emo, goth. He just likes black. A top, a bottom, a switch. He hates how you go into the mines. He goes into the mines with you. He's obsessed with money. He doesn't care about money. He's jealous and protective. He's secure and confident. He's good at feelings. He's bad at feelings. He's in love with Sam. Sam is in love with him. He's successful and rich, and he got out of Pelican Town, and he's a loser who lives in his mum's basement. He always has a one-liner. He's socially anxious. He calls you mummy. And he also gets called daddy. It's the nuance. It's the nuance. The key is in the contradiction. Take your pick. Which Sebastian works for you? How do you want to kind of shape him? You could do anything you want with him. He could be the Bucky. He could be the Steve. He could be the Dean. He could be the Cass. It just depends on how you feel. That gap between how he is in the text and how he exists in your mind, it's as big as you want it to be. You can put anything in there. Shove that gap. All of these things combine to mean that he is whatever you want him to be. He is the mirror of Erised of characters. People see what they want to see. I'm going to have to cut myself off. I'm going to have to cut myself off because genuinely there are things... I don't know how long this video is. I'm very sorry. And you would think that it's so long because I've said everything I wanted to say, right? But there's more. I would like to keep going, but I have to cut myself off. I haven't even talked about the smoking. I haven't even really talked about, how he tries to quit. And I haven't even looked at it in a pretentious, metaphorical way. The desire, the addiction, and the addiction of desire. The addiction to desire. And the desire that comes with addiction. The struggle and the pull and the biological element to it, the craving. But I'm going to have to cut myself off because I could potentially dig myself another hole there. I could talk about that for ages. I could give you another 5,000 words about that. I could keep going. I could keep digging myself holes, potentially forever. They're not even rabbit holes. There is no predetermined hole to fall down. It's just me and my shovel. Just unearthing him, I guess. But that's what I'm saying. That's my point. I could keep going, and that's what's special about him, is that you can interpret him in all these different ways. People can see so many different things in him. I can pick something completely random about him, and I can just start digging, and I could just talk forever. And that's what's so special about him. That's what his nuance and his complexity and his contradiction brings to the table. And I also think that that is why he's the most popular fanfiction character. Because digging yourself little holes, that's what fanfiction is.
It's that gap. You make the gap as big or as small as you want it to be. You pick a part and you just start digging, and you dig through the fiction, through the exploration. You explore yourself, you explore the character, and in picking what to explore about the character, in picking where to dig your hole, you explore yourself. And he's the perfect guy to do that with. And that, in my opinion, is why everyone bats so hard for this emo motherfucker. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. Good night.